This session brought to you by Odyssey Games for pre-orders and sealed product, CCG Prime for tons of singles and supplies, Cardo Doko for international rulers looking for products, and fowlibrary.com for articles and wonderful deck lists.
As well as our guest lecturer members King Pearlshine, Vite Ramen, Mognite, and Darren Noblock.
Class is in session.
Hey, the rulers, DMO73 here. Welcome to the April Discord Games and Geek GP. We are here. I know, it's at 2.5 minutes left, but we kind of timed it weirdly, so we're getting started. You'll notice that I'm going to be joined by Paul. So currently we're joined by the Ghost of Paul. Say hi, Ghost of Paul. Glad to have you here. We're going to be jumping in here in just a minute with our first round, getting things started, and Paul will be joining me probably midway through round one and then for the rest of the day. It's looking like it's going to be a really good time today. We have 55 players today. It's going to be great. We will be also having some pretty cool announcements throughout the day today, so looking forward to showing all of that. As always, if you're in the chat and you feel like my voice needs to be louder or anything else is kind of messed up with the audio, you just let us know in the chat and we'll make that happen. Feel free to participate in the chat log. And then again, just as always, as we get started, if you want to consider supporting the channel financially, you can consider joining the channel as a member down below. You can check that out, and we will get access to cool emotes and all kinds of other cool stuff there. We're actually going to get started here pretty quick with round one. It seems like round one has been posted, so I'm going to kick us over to a quick little short break while I get the visual set up, and then we'll jump in here with round one. So, be right back. Yeah, that's fine.
What, like that? Like this? Looks good to me. About the same on stone? Yep. Alright, let's get some dice. I got two. Two? Sounds good. Got double three.
Okay.
Oh, well, let's do that again. Let's do it again. Four. I got 6 and a 4. Okay, I will go, I guess, a second. Yep.
Okay.
Robert, go ahead and reveal rulers. You guys have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to the stream room. You may begin.
Okay, and that's Asuka, correct?
Okay. Hey, everybody. So once again, like I
got
said,
mine on balance.
I'm going to be the only one here for right now. Paul will be joining me shortly. So we have Valentina 1.0 on the left with Amit Kapoor, and we have Robert Green playing Asuka on the right, which is a black, green, red variant. It is a ramp deck. It can do the loops, but he told me he's got some pretty cool spicy stuff in there. So looking forward to seeing Valentina 1.0, especially with the coin. There's a lot of good 2-drop water resonators that we can make use of in this game. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that kind of all plays out in this matchup as well. Blue is also just a very good color against Asuka in general. You have a lot of really good things to be able to mess with it, like falling into the Cracks of Time, Dissonance of Rain. I expect we will see a lot of this card today. But let's go ahead and jump right in. Ooh, Magic Stone of Ebon Home. Gonna go ahead and pay 300 life to be able to pay for that. We'll RFG the top card of Amit's deck.
Is it when it enters or when it remove from play, correct?
So let's see what goes away. Again, as always, if you guys are watching in the chat, if the audio from me, the commentary audio needs to be louder or softer, you just let me know. Because I'm by myself, we're going to leave some of the table audio hearable for right now, just so we can also kind of hear what they're doing as well as I talk about what's going on.
Capstone. Moonshade.
Moonshade out the gate. We are already in the ability to be able to start cheating in resonators for Robert. This is for Amit. This is very good because it can help us dodge cancels, which is good, especially if a lot of people are relying on the Killua spell instead of like we're relying on Persephone and Killua as opposed to Lorite. This is very potentially good tool for Amit to be able to play through stuff. Yeah, Val 1 definitely was not what I was expecting to see today, but glad to see it and we wanted to grab it round 1 for sure.
34.
Hitting a Magic Stone of Reincarnation, going down to 34. Guardian Dragon coming into play here. Definitely playing a ramp deck. I imagine we might see some response to this. We'll see if we get a cancel out of it or some kind of...
Put it in rusted, correct? Yep.
Oh, that's gonna get to resolve. No keys call or anything. Ooh, an Ebon Home to not pay and get another card out of it. Okay, seeing a very interesting stone base here. We're going to lose a card off the top of our deck.
200 to produce the green.
Okay.
I will activate Pricia's Big Show.
Ooh, okay. Oh, we're going to see... This is a good play in response to this before we lose. We're going to go ahead and see Prisia Big Show to get our... see what we're going to lose off the top here, which makes a lot of sense.
How big is the dragon, by the way? Right now,
there's 3, so that would be a 9/9.
9/9 dragon coming in there.
This returns to hand. Your effect resolves.
Oh, we hit a sealed one-eye dragon, get RFG. That's kind of probably okay for it to just get RFG'd. We have a huge grip of cards here on hand for Valentina's side.
Recovery. Tap first. I have Holy Grip.
Okay. Going to see 5 color stone and pass turn. Okay. I'm very curious what we're going to start cheating in with this Valentina one. I'm assuming we're going to start seeing something getting cheated in here shortly. We are going to start taking some damage off of this dragon pretty soon. It's 11 when it calls stone again. Asuka's very capable of getting a lot of stones very, very quickly. So it'll be curious to see what comes if we get more stuff before this dragon resolves or anything else. Calling a stone. Blasting waves. I can definitely turn myself up. That's why I asked. So that's good. I can make that louder. No problem.
I will
Swinging in for 11 with this dragon.
use my coin and use the crystal to try to activate Valentina's build.
Okay, we're going to go for Valentina here. Let's see what comes out of it. We're going to try to cheat in a 2-drop or less water resonator.
Putting in Metal Life Form Mermaid.
Ooh, that's great.
Dragon with my enter ability. Put at the bottom of the deck.
That's very nice. An excellent thing to be able to put into play off of Valentina's effect. It's a strong, pretty decent body. Quick casting it suddenly makes us tuck something to the bottom of the deck. Just very, very good. Nice play. Okay, very curious to see what else we're going to see out of this deck today. It's just, there's something about seeing a singleton ruler and seeing someone be creative with a singleton ruler that just gets me excited.
What's its stats again? And what's its inner?
Oh, Galapis. Okay. Did not expect to see this at an Oscar deck. Okay. We're going to mill 4. We hit a zombie off of it.
Yep.
Oh, an Oborozuki. So it's a bit of the... Okay, this is very different than what I was expecting. Oborozuki. I think that's a Phantasmal Ascendant. Phantasmal Ascendant. And one of the contracts got milled here. Okay.
Yep.
Zombie effect gets to come in here. Gonna mill the next 2. Is that a Sprinting Steward?
And they're both
Zombie getting to mill some more cards. Okay, very interesting. Okay, let's see what we got going on here.
making black. Okay.
We're gonna just play the Oborozuki. Okay.
4 correct. And then 2-2. Okay.
Interesting. I was not expecting to see this like mill heavy package out of the Asuka list. It makes sense to kind of put these bodies on because we're playing the sprinting stewards to like get more aggressive. If that is a sprinting steward engraved, it certainly looks like it. You could probably swing in a whole bunch of damage.
So you broke up on that. What's its attack? Yeah.
So yeah, so we're at 4 cards in graveyard now. It's gonna be a total of 6 counters on the Asuka when we're done. So it should be an 8/8
You have it. I'll
when
take
this resolves.
That's okay.
Sealed One-Eyed Dragon to kill the Asuka before she gets or the Oborozuki before she gets bigger. That makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
We definitely don't want her to survive. That would be a very large creature. Yep. And so we'll see what comes out of here. We are at a point life total wise where we're like even on life. Oh, no, we should be 200 less because of we should have paid for the Moonshade for green earlier.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we got
Okay. And before draw, I will pay.
everybody welcome Paul.
Am I too late to play in the GP?
You are too late to play in the GP,
I will
Oh.
activate Priscilla's Big Show.
but you are here.
Yeah.
It's good to see you. How's it going, buddy? Everybody say hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
We have Valentina 1.0 versus Asuka going on here in round 1.
Voting for Blue Ruler to win.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before. Blue-based rulers are pretty good against Asuka. There's not a lot of stuff that she can do, especially with things like falling into the cracks of time or dissonance of rain. I will say, though, Robert's list is very unusual for what we've seen from Asuka. I've seen Gil Lapis. Like, there's Phantasmal Ascendant, Sprinting Steward, Zombies, Oborozuki. Certainly a different engine than I was anticipating for this deck.
I mean, Athenia's stuff is basically complimented Asuka from the get-go.
Yeah.
There's so many just really awesome, very helpful tools in Athenia's toolbox for that particular deck, which is why I was not excited for Asuka, because I was like, oh, I just got a mill ruler.
Oh,
Going to
yeah.
the second one.
That's fair. Yeah.
Metal life form is that.
We're going to Phantasmal Ascendant coming in here to try to ramp some stones.
Robert is vocalizing that very appropriately, so we can keep the stone.
Yeah, it's in that sequence right before cleanups, essentially, to be able to carry the Phantasmal Ascendant stone into the next turn. A classic Asuka trick.
Classic good card.
55 rulers today, Paul, just so you're aware,
55 rulers?
with a huge spread. It's like, I think, 23 different unique rulers today.
Jeez.
It's crazy. Phantasmal's going to get to resolve. This makes me feel like there was a Keese's call in that hand. Does that feel like there was a Keese's call in that hand that we were thinking about Phantasmal
Have
Ascendant
we seen
resolving here?
Keys' call be used before?
Not yet, but we're in blue. Although we are a blue-green deck, so there's very real
Yeah.
chance that he's also playing things like Killua or Lorite.
Keys' call has definitely been corrupt.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but I mean, in a blue base, the fact that it cantrips, like, not bad.
I mean, it's certainly not bad.
What other Glendragon? What other interesting rulers are in today? We will go over the ruler breakdown in after round 1. We have the information already, and let me tell you, unexpected is what I'm gonna say. It's certainly not what I expected to see from today. We're swinging in with Gil Lapis. Gil Lapis does not fly, if I remember correctly, right?
Correct.
He's just a
He's a grounder.
he's a boy on the ground. 7/7 boy on the ground. There's 2 Veers today as well, Paul. So we're trying to get one of those round 2 just for
Heck yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Just for you.
The best combo deck.
Yeah. Very
That's
curious.
not banned.
I'm going to put 2 into Valentina's ability.
Valentina's ability coming down here. What do we got? Another one! This is really good. This is a really good card for Valentina to cheat one of these in.
Makes you want to unbox this puppy and like start using this again.
I mean,
I've never
the blue.
never wanted to use Valentina 1 more than right now.
Yeah. I mean, Metal Life Farm Mermaid, pretty good. Coming in. Gonna swing 7. Do we take the 7 here? I feel like
I think we still have to resolve. Oh, he must have targeted the.
he
Gil
targeted the
Lapis.
Gil Lapis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just take the 7.
Yeah, especially since we've seen that Robert is playing Sprinting Steward, it feels like our life total at this point in time doesn't matter. Like, it feels like life total is either I'm alive or I'm dead, because we know that there's the Sprinting Steward. So, like, blocking here doesn't feel super necessary when we can
Yeah.
potentially do a crackback.
I will say Sprinting Steward right now feels very ballsy in the sense of like, well, there's the contract. Let me, let me just cut my thought there as we see the contract coming down.
Falling into the cracks of time would be really good. Hi, Kyron. Kyran. Good to see ya. So we're seeing Knight of the Legendary Vampire here. Falling into the cracks of time would feel really good here.
Yeah. This is where Memory of Worlds would be really clutch.
Memory of Worlds wouldn't be very good here because he just recast it. He's got the will to do it.
Yeah. Yep, it goes through.
Okay. Or we see that Killua effect, that Killua or some kind of automatic cancel to stop the
Yeah, stopping the enter effect would be insane. I can't really see what he's got on a Borozuki. It looks like a Girian, and I can't
he's
tell.
destroying his own Phantasmal Ascendant, it looks like. Currently in play, we just have Phantasmal Ascendant and Zombie. So you can reanimate 5 cost worth of stuff, though, because we're at 5 stones. pops his own Phantasmal Ascendant, and the... Yep, he's killing both mermaids
kill both
and
sides of the field.
Phantasmal Ascendant. Yep. So we're on End of Nights. Do we have something to stop the enter effect here?
Yep. 5 total cost.
Do not have an automatic cancel, it looks like. Oh, he hit a zombie off of the End of Night, so he has to target now. Technically, he should have targeted before. He didn't hit any resonators off the top of there, though, so it doesn't super matter.
Mm-hmm.
Just etiquette-wise, for those of you who are watching, before you resolve the zombie effect, you have to target with Asuka's effect to be able to reanimate. So, like, you can't, like, mill with zombie and then target stuff that were milled. That is a little red. I'm sorry.
Haven't seen this in a long time. Good card is good.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Red Riding Hood, Crimson Wolf. We're going to ramp some stones and just burn stuff for face? Ebonholm comes into play. It is this is why he's playing Firestones as opposed to the 4C stones. This makes a whole bunch of sense.
Okay.
200 to him from the board.
Thank you.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's a fun combo.
That's nuts.
You
Did
love to
not
s-
expect to see that.
You love to see cards that no one's playing just come out and just being reminded, oh,
Who-
hey.
Who needs to swing? I'm going to just burn you with all these stones that I'm ramping into play. That's pretty neat. That's pretty gross, honestly. Especially since if he has another contract here, he can, like, kill the Phantasmals, reanimate them, and, like, burn them even more. Like, and this Guardian Dragon's going to ramp in a stone. That's a Magic Stone of Reincarnation. Burn him for another 2. That's ridiculous. Asuka Burn. I'm going to retitle this deck Asuka Burn.
Resonance.
Asuka Burn.
Death Resonance.
That's crazy. Was not anticipating that playline at all.
Spurring Steward for Swiftness.
Did he just cast Sprinting
Yeah.
Sword?
And that's game.
Okay. Unfortunate. Did not get to see very much of the Valentina deck that time. Hopefully we see a little bit more of it in game 2.
What is happening?
What is happening indeed?
Okay, Ying figured it out. Sounds like he figured it out.
Yeah, that's really really cool.
Yeah, that's a fun way of looking at Asuka right now. Just ramp a bunch of stones and
Make use
very
of the stone.
Robert Greene.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We were looking at who we were going to put on stream round 1, and Robert told me he was playing today, and I was like, "Hey, what are you playing?" And he mentioned a little bit of this, and I was like, "Oh yeah, for sure. This is a Robert Greene list for sure."
It's not Vlad,
It's not Vlad,
but it's
true.
still a vampire.
It's true. It's true. I'll let these guys know how much time they have left on round 1 second.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. That was so unexpected, and now also makes sense as to why we're playing the Sprinting Steward, as opposed to going into like a more white. We've seen Asuka kind of pivot to more of a white list in a lot of the things that I'm seeing,
Interesting.
utilizing the new Angel.
I can see that. That makes a lot of sense.
This lady, Angel of the False Savior,
Yeah, just gives stuff a bunch of stats.
and
when
it gets
comes up.
swiftness, right? Because you have a bunch of resonators, so like you reanimate a bunch of them. All of them will like give each other +1/+1 counters, and then you'll have so many things in graveyard that you can just like swing in with these huge flying bodies, right? So and then we're also playing things like Dark Alice to protect the graveyard and the line of Starfall. Like Dark Alice plus Starfall is a line we've been seeing a lot. Because you can make tokens with Starfall and then sack the tokens to Dark Alice to like turn Dark Alice into a pay 1 draw 4, which is kind of insane. But Robert really leaning into the red, which makes a lot more sense as to why we're playing Sprinting Steward.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much since the beginning of Prix.
Especially since, like, the other thing too. The other thing that's interesting
That I haven't played in a really while.
is the fact that with Sprinting Steward, the little red is also, like, the pumps that she gets from hitting your opponent are way more relevant on the turn that he comes in and burns a bunch,
Absolutely.
right? So, like,
Yeah. Ironically, we needed to include red in the deck to ramp.
yeah, not the green. Guardian Dragon, sure, but Phantasmal, better.
Yeah. So like definitely like seeing that and saying like instead of playing that mid-range game, I'm gonna try and do this really flashy end game combo that is gonna deal a whole bunch of damage all at once, and then just allow me to use Sprinting Steward while remaining in color.
Yeah.
Very different take, and I appreciate that, especially with the stone ramp. That
Yeah, and saying who needs 4C stones? I want actual firestones. Who needs 4C stones? That was very cool.
mm-hmm.
Let's see what other things. So I was no with the version that he's running, the Oborozuki makes a lot more sense now as well, because like you'll mill a bunch, and then the Oborozuki will have like a bajillion counters on her, right?
Yeah. Plus, it's more combo-y, so you're looking for your combo pieces.
That's true. It does help you dig a lot more. It's just more proactive. So, like, I feel like this Asuka deck might struggle more against a control build. I certainly didn't see, like, in the opening hand there and kind of what Robert milled through, we didn't see much outside of Killua in terms of, like, spot removal or interaction. Right? So, like, if we're just talking about enter effects or automatic abilities, that might be tricky for Robert to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But like the white version has a little bit more kind of like being able to replenish its hand and stuff like that. Also, totally noticed that Robert just didn't start with an addition.
Yeah, I wondered if if that just got popped.
It didn't.
Didn't start.
He just chose not to use it. My boy Robert just saying, nah,
Huh.
don't need one.
That
Feels like player error, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely some value in, getting additional draw, especially in a combo deck, and that, you're buying time with the wall to set up your combo.
Well, I also feel like this version of the deck would really want to play Paramita.
You could also play Paramita.
Because Evil Elemental Uprising feels like it would hose this deck.
I
Oh,
agree.
okay. Now he's remembering. And he's going with
He's playing
wall.
the wall.
Okay, cool. Well, just didn't do it.
Yeah.
Just didn't do that at
Barrier,
game one.
barrier, draw an additional card. Yeah, I mean, like, it just makes sense.
Yeah. Paramita feels like I probably would prefer it for this matchup, especially since we're not playing white for Dark Alice to be able to protect the graveyard. So it feels like an Evil Elemental Uprising would just absolutely make this deck gross.
That's
like
true.
would really hose this deck.
He also could just be choosing wall for this particular matchup.
Yes,
right now.
very true. That is very true. That is the beauty of the Homeland trigger, is that you can choose it situationally. So,
Looks like a Blasting Waves.
good old green-red. Oh, we're starting right out.
Playing black for a Barazuki.
Barazuki, right out the gate.
We're going to scry 3
And put a 4/4 into the field.
with, I think, Flying Natural Drain.
Yeah, and Bane. Very
So
good.
it's certainly not a bad beater by any
Paying-
stretch.
Paint. Ooh, I don't super love burning the Killua here. So she's just going to be a 2/2. You're going to mark off 2 life for Amit.
Sure.
I don't know if I love losing the Killua for Oborozuki. I'd rather stop the end of night. Like, I'd always rather save it for the end of night, right? I guess there's
Yeah.
a point, though, where if Robert's going to go in, he probably has multiple contracts in hand to, like, loop. So, I don't know, maybe.
Well, there's also a question of, do I prevent him from getting to the end game, or do I prepare for the end game?
Very true. Very
Right?
true.
So, I mean, like, a Barazuki, again, we were just talking about how it helps to set up the combo for Robert, it kind of makes sense for me to like stop the like look at 3 cards card.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. I mean, there is a world where like it's just easier to just keep, especially since Robert was playing that. I was not expecting him to play it Obrozuki just like turn 1. Like that just seems.
Feels like a really strong turn 1 play to me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just makes me think that maybe Robert's hand isn't quite the best. I don't know.
The question is Amit here going to be able to flash in
Another
something
mermaid.
to take care of this?
No, he's just gonna take the 2.
Yeah.
400-point life point swing, 36 to 42. Yeah, I think we're gonna be revealing some playmats later. We're gonna be talking about some exclusive spoilers later. It's gonna be good.
That Scorched Bee.
Scorched Bales, not the Dark Alice version. So
So who cares? Oh my gosh.
just so aggressive.
Looks like we're playing Dragon to
Oh.
ramp another stone.
Interesting that we would burn coin on that. I feel like we would save the coin.
Yeah, he's telegraphing. He definitely has some interaction in hand.
Well, for me, like, I'd rather burn the stones because, like,
Yeah, I don't
the
disagree.
energized coin is still green-black, right? So unless he specifically needs the red, which signals to me Phantasmal Ascendant,
Yeah, he's
right?
got Ascending coming on.
Valentina flashing something in here. What do we got? That is what? What? That's crazy.
This is very
We're ramping.
interesting.
I like this. I like that a lot. Because we ramped. We said, cool, ramp. I also have ramp. That's okay.
Huh.
I really want to see what this Valentina deck is like building towards.
Yeah, this is certainly not a bad card.
What if we had instant speed? What if we had an instant speed Gretel? Kind of. Mamu TCG Lab, hello. We have 55 players today. With 23 different rulers represented. Okay, currently we have a 9/9 dragon. Will be a 10. Will be an 11/11 dragon next turn. Probably a 13/13 if there's a Phantasmal Ascendant
Yeah.
in that hand, which feels telegraphed that there is at this point.
Amit feels like he's in a weird spot. Yeah, I mean, so this was the one of 2 options, right? He was either going to have to invest well on his turn to sort of snap back tempo,
Mm-hmm.
or do exactly what he did, like pass.
Something for me that feels like I really hope we see in this deck is if people caught on against Asuka how good this card is.
Dissonance of Rain.
It's really good against
So
Asuka
good.
because like Robert's tapped out here, right? Garion to cancel the Phantasmal.
I
That
think
makes a
that's
lot of
smart.
sense. So like a Dissonance of Rain here to say two drop non-chance just tells Robert like no contracting. That being said, we canceled the Phantasmal Ascendant, so like he has to get to 7 cards in graveyard before he can contract, and we're not there yet. So like
Mhm.
it doesn't matter at this point. But if that Phantasmal had resolved, I would want to see us trying to go for a Dissonance of Rain. Like one of the biggest weaknesses of Asuka is that her contract does not have quick cast. So if you can
Yeah.
if you can prevent Asuka from being able to play in the main phase, it takes a lot of steam out of the deck. Like a lot of steam out of the deck.
Makes me wonder if you cast Dissonance of Rain in response to the contract instead of like preempting it. So that way it's sure you lose the field, but you're a control deck, so it doesn't really matter too much to you anyway. But then you can't put things onto the chase with End of Night.
Yeah, that's true. Against a regular Asuka deck, like a white-based Asuka deck, that feels like that might be the proper play. But against this version from Robert, I feel like a proactive is probably his best bet.
You definitely have to check on the grave, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if he has a bunch of 1-drop resonators, I think I'd just say, cool, 1-drop resonators. you do
Yeah, for
nothing.
sure, for sure.
Because then you can't ramp and get into your win-con combo.
Raymond Namyar, how did he flash in Ziz? By using Valentina's ability. which is to pay 2 as an activate ability, pay 2 blue, or it's blue and 1, right? Let's double check.
Blue
It is
one.
double blue,
Double blue.
and you can just flash in a water resonator of total cost 2 or less from your hand into the field. Is this end phase? Oh, what did we? Oh, we're using Child of.
Child of the Darkness Moon.
No, we don't have Child of the Darkness Moon. How did we kill this?
Yeah, he's got Child of the Darkness Moon.
Oh, he does. Okay,
Yeah.
it is Child. I misread which one it is. So we got Floating Mill from Ziz. Child of the Darkness Moon's been used. That is a proactive Phantasmal Ascendant.
Let's see if we can bait out anything else from Amit here.
I wonder how many cards Robert has left in hand. Doesn't feel like many. Feels like maybe 2. That's not much.
No more than 3.
Yeah, two more, no more than 3.
At this point, Robert is just like, I'm just going to take the tempo now.
Well, I mean, Dragon's going to swing in for a lot of damage. We just got to watch out for another one of those mermaids, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's going to get
Ebon
his Scorched
Home.
Veils.
He is going to pay the 3 for Ebon Home. So we're going to remove the top card. What did we hit off the top? Oof. Sealed One-Eye
Sealed
Dragon.
One-Eye
That's
Dragon.
fine. I think we're okay with that getting cut. From this. This Dragon's going to be swinging in with 5 stones. So 13 coming in. It's pretty good. Another mermaid would be really good right now. Okay. Pay into Valentina.
Okay, so we're using
Yeah.
Valentina's effect to put
Mermaid. Mermaid.
in,
That's
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite also works.
Okay.
She'll draw a card and then she'll
Gain
just immediately
2,000
die.
life. She'll immediately die, but he'll gain 2 grand. So back up
that's
to
a-
54.
That is a very good just buff.
Blocks have not been declared as of yet.
Interesting that that's
Yeah, she's going to soak
Okay.
up the damage. Yeah. So
so
just,
we're just clarifying how Aphrodite is going to work in this interaction.
this is
here.
pretty
Okay.
good. Honestly, pretty good. Like, gain 2 grand and soak up the 13. Like, seems fine.
Definitely an interesting play. Ahmed is definitely treading water here.
Oh my gosh, there's so many cards in Robert's hand. He's got 4. That's way more than I thought. How's
I can't tell. It's a little too
yeah,
shaded.
his screen's very dark, and his sleeves match his shirt, so we can't tell.
Robert Green with green sleeves and his green shirt,
And yep, there it is.
playing a green ruler.
Time on round is 26, just under 27 minutes. Okay. So if he's heard me asking for time on round, if I'm at meet, I might ask Robert to start just picking up the pace a little bit. This is taking a bit of time, especially since he's like up a game. Like as a meet, I might be like, we gotta get moving. There's Night of the Legendary Vampire coming down.
Okay.
We're not gonna mill to be able to contract that. We don't have enough cards. It's not gonna be successful unless he's popping his own stuff. Oh, he is targeting his own stuff.
Yeah, I would target my own stuff too.
Now we will be able to contract. We'll have enough things in graveyard at resolution. So we're going to mill 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we got
No
us override.
zombies.
Can pop his own stuff.
Pop his own stuff, and we move into contract. Oh, he did hit a zombie. Oh, exactly 7 grave after the zombie. That's crazy. Okay.
This is where Dissonance of Rain would be.
Really good because we
Really
didn't
good.
cancel anything here. Phantasmal Senate. Did we see 2 little reds?
2 reds.
Wait, how are we doing? That is 5. It's exactly 5, and we're going to ramp 2 stones into play. Yeah, Dissonance of Rain would be really good here, because if we just say, no, you can't cast those now that you've targeted them. Angelic Battle Barrier would be really good here.
It would also
Honestly,
be really solid.
Yeah.
He's definitely played 2 cards at this point.
Yo, yeah, for sure. We played the Phantasmal
Looks
Ascendant
like
and Knight of the Legendary Vampire.
Ahmed is thinking here.
Dissonance of Rain or Ab saves the day. Okay, we're going to try to dig into something. Angelic Battle Barrier.
That's what I was wondering.
Oh.
It all resolves.
And this is why I'm saying that keeping that Killua spell earlier would have been super good.
You're certainly not wrong.
Because, like, the difference between Obrozuki being a 4/4 that he looked at 3 cards versus being a 2/2 when he didn't get to look at 3 cards is minimal when we could have stopped this entire turn. Like, because he just got another 400 damage burned to him from the 2 and another 400 damage to him. So we just took 8 from the 2 Red Riding Hoods.
So I still don't necessarily disagree with the Killua play. If Ahmed was able to like take control of the game from that point on, and he just hasn't played anything.
Yeah, it's been unfortunately just
like he's prevented things and interrupted things, but he's not actually established any sort of presence on the board.
Well, I think the biggest part to me is the fact that even though we're a blue deck, we haven't seen Amit have the good blue disruption against Asuka, right? Because if we had Falling into the Cracks of Time, if we had Dissonance of Rain, both of those are pretty good, like... Oh, and there's the Sprinting Steward. So that's...
Steward's over.
We paid 400 life. Oh, no, 800 life for the Sprinting Steward.
Yeah.
So everything's getting +2/+2. So I believe...
So that's 9.
So unfortunately, just did...
Yeah, that's a scoop.
Did not see what we needed there. Oh, Exorcist Mage. No.
If that
so close. Did not see it.
I think there are some really interesting ideas going on in Amit's deck here. But my one question is, and when people ask me about decks all the time, this is what I tell them: like, what is your win condition? What are you trying to get to?
Yeah, for sure.
Because Valentina on her own is not a win condition. She's enabling something to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Give me just 1 second before you continue that thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, continue what you were saying.
So,
I'm gonna go this way.
Hi, look.
Hi, hey buddy.
Hey, look.
Hey buddy, it's you. You're here.
It's me.
You're here.
I think one of the better win conditions you could put out against Asuka would potentially be Valentina, owner of the theater.
Oh yeah. Well, you
is,
can't hit it with Valentina.
You can't do it with Valentina. That's true. But he's also playing the Prisia package, and so I think what you do is you use the mermaids to sort of like tuck things until you can get to Valentina. And then you just kind of go from there.
I mean, also there's just good stuff to be able to steal resonators. Things like Triton is a good like instant speed steal your dude. I really what?
Vala.
Well, Vala gives them the resonator too.
I don't care. You're also just giving them a Vala.
I mean, Triton is take it for free and don't give them anything. Vala is...
And then it just gives it back at the end of the turn. Triton's not that good anymore.
Pretty sure Triton is permanent.
Triton is not permanent.
Oh, until end of turn. You right. My bad. My bad.
That's why you play Vala.
That's why you play...
That's why you playing Vala.
That's why we're playing Vala. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that Valentina can do. It's just like a good blue tempo deck. I think the Mermaid is definitely one of the better cards.
Yeah.
I like Mamu.
Mamu's
lot.
also very good. Yeah,
In
for
this
being able to
particular
recycle.
build, I think he's a very good niche card to just be able to fetch back something else.
Well, the other thing that people
Um,
don't consider about Mamu is the fact that he can literally grab anything,
Yeah.
right? Which is kind of insane. And like, if you get 2 Mamus out, the third Mamu's just free,
Mhm.
which like doesn't seem like much, but it's a 7/7, so like it kind of is like, do I spend time killing this?
Yeah.
It's like in that weird spot where they can just stick around for forever.
It's really good in the sense of like I'm putting a 7/7 on field, which is a respectable stat line, but I'm also getting something back,
Yeah.
which isn't in itself kind of a tempo move.
Yeah.
Recurring your own spent resources is probably the best thing that you have going for it.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you can just play. I mean, he's playing black already. This is where I really like Institute as a card because it just says all of a sudden my 7/7 is huge. And I can just put it out for free on your turn.
I think that in this particular matchup, I think the biggest thing that went, I think the biggest thing that made it hard for, Amit to be able to compete there was that he just wasn't like I would straighten main deck in this environment. I would straighten main deck Falling into the Cracks of Time
Yeah.
and Dissonance of Rain.
Yep.
Like I would absolutely main deck those cards. Like they feel absolutely insane in this environment in general. They do a lot of stuff to a lot of good decks, and like we're in a spot where I truly don't believe that Robert had anything to fight through those. Like in looking at what his hand was and like what we saw him mill, I do not think that Robert would have had anything to play through those cards. And so just like even buying that amount of time to mess with that kind of stuff, I feel like would have been absolutely fine. Because the other thing of like Exorcism Mage is great and all, but like he didn't have any way to give it +1/+1 counters.
Yeah.
So like,
And it's not in color,
which
can be
it's
a little
weird.
inconvenient.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Yeah, it just felt a little weird. I don't know. Just felt like, and maybe he
Yeah.
was playing them and just didn't see them. Like that's a true option, right?
That's
that,
very true.
that we just didn't see those cards.
And I think
So-
he boarded it in the Exorcist Mages.
I believe that is true. That is true.
If there's anything
Robert Green, not game 1. You don't have anything to play with them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if we like, I think those cards are main deckable for blue-based decks. Like I think Falling into the
Absolutely.
Cracks of Time and Dissonance of Rain are 100% main deckable for blue-based decks right now.
Yeah, blue's getting good.
Yeah, I mean,
Blue's getting real good.
it has some good like.
The tide's coming
It
in.
is a very good anti-meta color for sure. Speaking of rulers, you want to hear the breakdown?
Yeah, let's say to the breakdown.
Breakdown's insane.
Here for it.
55 players today. 9 Aristellas, 7 Kiloas, 5 Hides, 4 Falchions, 5 Oct, 3 Welser, 3 Alice Order, 3 Vega, 2 Veer, 2 Eins, and then 1 each of Odin, Asuka, Dry, Mika, Machina 1.0, Fushi, Sherry 1, Liberator of Wind. Person's here to have a good time, and I'm supporting it. Val 1.0 that we just saw. Sylvia Gil Polarelias. Sylvia 1.
Wow.
Tyler Tompkins, are you playing Sylvia today? Is that Tyler? It might be Tyler.
It's totally.
He's got his invite. He's already got his invite.
Show
so
me
he
that.
might-
I gotta take a picture.
I will tell you later. Okay, here you go. My bad handwriting.
I'll do my best.
Paul's gonna do his work. A sword Faria, an Athenia,
Sword
and
Faria.
only 1 Olga. Where is the Funf love? None of y'all like playing Funf? Come on! This is 2 events in a row with no Funf.
Jeremy, I hate to say it, but Black Wings haven't been meta in a very long
I'm
time.
sorry. I think blue Funf is ridiculously good in this meta. You stop. Stop talking. I think Funf is amazing in this environment. Yeah, we do have a Sylvia player. Green-red Sylvia being played today. Oh, goodness gracious. As we continue to go into this, again, just a reminder that if you're looking for War of the Suns stuff, you can go in the description below. Odyssey has pre-orders up for War of the Suns, or not War of the Suns, Crimson Moon Battleground right now. You can go check out that. They also have some pre-release kits and boxes of War of the Suns that they've relisted, so you can go check those out as well. Hi, myself in the background. Woo, look at me. Multiple of me.
Whoa, trippy. The
It's
Matrix.
meta. It's crazy. So, Paul.
Rice.
Well, I'll ask the chat. We've got some time left.
Oh, fine.
There's like
That's fine.
14 minutes left on round, and so people are going to go to time. So, Paul, you can voice too. I want to share something this round. I want to share some kind of showcase thing, at least every round. Do we show, and chat, you let me know, do you want to see a card, or do you want to see a mat? Because I got a lot of fun stuff today to show off. I've got exclusive spoilers, which we're going to ramp up to like a really cool spoiler card. Really cool. But I also have the playmats for our online Discord events that we're hosting over on Ruler School up through the end of September. I have those playmat artworks as well. So we've already shown off the May artwork. I'll show that here just real quick if you haven't already, because this is one that I've already shown, so this is not going to count. But this is on May 20th. We will be doing a Discord event. It's only $10 to play. It's open to people from all over the world. You can join in our Discord event. It's a one-day event. Top 8 will be walking away with this playmat right here. Top 8 will be walking away with this playmat.
Whoa.
Right here. It'll be 8 will be printed. And top 8 will walk away with it. You won't have to play in a day 2 event. It'll just be going to the top 8 players that we have that card, or that have that mat. And so we have other events going on as well every single month, one a month, $10 to enter. You will also get 5 prize points towards FowFest for FowFest 2023 just for entering as well. It's a $10 entry. Robert Green said, since I was on stream, I say a card. I mean, I can't really argue with that, right? Like, he was there on stream. It didn't work. Okay, well, let's talk about a card. Ready for our first card, Paul?
Yeah. Do
This is right here. This is Rotting Slime. 1 cost 10/10 slime with Bane. Whenever a player plays a spell, this card gains -2/-2 until end of turn. When this card is put into a graveyard from the field, your opponent loses 400 life. You know where this card's going? Paul, you know where this card's going?
Where's it going?
In the cube!
Oh, the cube.
This card's a great cube card. I like this card a lot. He's so cute. Look at him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Every newborn slime will rot in a world without melody.
And also springy to the touch.
Yeah, poor little guy.
I'm so cute.
You're deadly.
Yeah. So this is our spoiler for the new set. We got 4 more to go over the course of the day.
Yeah.
Looking like some pretty cool stuff. Our final card today is going to be a super rare, and y'all are definitely not going to want to miss that card for sure. Absolutely a limited card. Yeah, for sure. Which is totally fine. It's a normal. It's neat. And it is both players. So whenever either play, like, this is the pinnacle of like Call Stone go to combat. Like, honestly, a pretty good black aggro card. Because a lot of times darkness decks are like, can just go Call Stone, go to combat. The fact that it's a 1-drop, so it's Keep the Faithful is big, and just like 1,000 damage is nothing to shake a stick at. Like, the weird thing about it is, like, spending a removal on it, like, makes the first text kind of worthless. You're like, oh, I'll spend removal, but then it's smaller. So then you, like, want to play other cards to try to make it tinier. It's just a cool card. I like this card a lot. And when it dies, your opponent loses 400 life. Like,
Yeah.
not bad.
I was gonna say you could put this in a Foof deck.
Put it in an Oscar deck.
Put it in an Oscar deck.
Make it the last card you reanimate.
Yeah.
And then just
Also,
swing.
Rustin has the correct answer.
Toxic Pudding.
That's the name it should be, and then it would just be a Kaijudo card.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm very excited for this. We're going to put a VR on Scream next round, win or lose, whether it's in the winning bracket or the 1-0 bracket or the 0-1 bracket. We will be putting VR on stream because we didn't see any VR last GP. Dies naturally in the Welser mashup. True. True. Dark Shiva? Ooh. With Shaka? Right?
Huh.
Right? Because doesn't Shaka, if it's ordered, if it would stats, yeah, every time you play a spell, it'll get bigger with Shaka if Shaka's ordered. That's pretty neat.
That's cute.
That's pretty neat. And then anytime something would be doubled, it gets doubled that much instead. So like every time you cast a spell, it gets +4/+4. That's, I mean, we're building it for the channel, right? Like, clearly, immediately, we're going to build a Dark Shiva list for the channel with
Do
this
we
slime.
have a volunteer? Yes, we do.
I'm sure.
He has volunteered. to
Having it on
distribute.
field during an Asuka matchup will obliterate it. For sure. But I'm saying if Asuka is the one reanimating it, and Asuka makes it the last resonator that you cast, so that you, like, reanimate everything else, and then it comes in, and then you Sprinting Steward. Why are we getting a 1-drop 10/10? Because anytime you want to cast something, it gets tinier? I don't know. Fun jank.
Fun jank is
Yeah!
correct.
Fun jank is fun jank.
Yeah, it's like the funnest draft card I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's gotten immediately slotted into the cube. Like, for
Yeah,
sure.
very fun.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Okay, so we've got 8 minutes left on the round. Paul needs to eat food before we go into round 2, so we're going to go on a quick break, and we will be back with Vier for round 2.
Sponsored by
Versus something.
Wendy's.
Not sponsored by Wendy's.
My lunch is sponsored by
His
Wendy's.
lunch is brought to him by Wendy's because he paid Wendy's to have this food.
Hashtag
Wendy's
not an ad.
Hashtag not an ad. Okay, see you all coming in for round 2 in just a little bit. do need to. Oh, yeah, there you go. You do need to be wearing the microphone to be able to talk today, Paul.
This is
This is
accurate.
the way. Am I plugged into the right one, or am I plugged into you? Oh, we swapped headsets. Awesome.
This is actually perfect.
Hey, great. Either
This
way,
is
it's
actually
fine.
perfect.
It's like the same amount of space for either of us to integrate. So we have been talking about what we think will do well today. Looking at the breakdown in terms of rulers that have been succeeding, it's a pretty looks like a pretty good split for every ruler in terms of some winning and some losing. Like there's not every Hyde has won its match, not every Aristella has won its match, those kinds of things. Obviously, with the decks that are one-ofs, it's hard for them to win and lose, but we'll see. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think this is an environment where it certainly seems to me like I think people are respecting Hyde more, at least from what we've seen in the breakdown. Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, folks are like, okay, Hyde is a threat. She wasn't a threat, so I wasn't prepared for the threat, but now she is a threat, so I'm going to respond to the threat. Which is why I think Hyde is going to do well,
Oh, sure.
but I do not anticipate her being, like, necessarily a shoe-in for the top
I could
cut.
see one. I could see 1 to 2 making top 8 of the 5. I definitely don't think she's like going to sweep the whole thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Cards like Dissidence of Rain are really good against Hyde, especially if they're going for like a hyper-aggressive contract, because you can like mess with things in response to the Ega trigger. A big thing for me that I think is going to be kind of huge for Hyde's success in this environment is the fact that there are 7 Killuas and only 5 Hydes. And that to me says that Killua is hungry and is going to be snacking on Hydes a lot today. I don't know. This is I think this is a case of like I honestly think that Killua is probably one of Hyde's roughest matchups. Because most of the time because the reason why is because usually they're playing white child or red child plus X the black cat, right? And neither of those things protect against divine lightning. And Kilo is also a control deck, right? So not being able to contract for Hyde is one of like the biggest weaknesses of the deck. Like if you can keep them from being resolving and not being able to put out a pink spider, it can get real rough for Hyde real fast. And so Killua just has 4 of this card that just says no contracting.
For free.
For free. Yeah, just tap Killua, do it. So that I think will play as the day goes on, I think that will factor into a lot, is that there are more Killuas than there are Hydes. Like that I think is going to be huge. I honestly don't think it's Unga Bunga. Like, I think a lot of people are not playing Unga Bunga Killua. Probably one of them is, but I also think that, like, a lot of people have realized that Control Killua is very good. You can keep your hand very, very full.
Paul's a nerd.
So, I don't know. Because Killua also just gets to draw a bunch of cards, too.
Yes, I am.
Like Hyde does. So, I don't know. That's my thought. Paul, what other decks are you thinking are like ones to watch for today? In terms of like based on this breakdown, what are your thoughts?
Well, let me just look at the breakdown.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, goodness. I'm really interested in what Aristella wants to do today.
Yeah, there's like 3 variants of Aristella kind of running around that I've seen.
Yeah.
Ernesto Taka or Arestin Taco. You're welcome. We're glad to be here. I love this game. So I was definitely gonna continue to make content and do this kind of stuff. So Aristella kind of goes 3 ways to me, right? It's a blue-white-black control, which relies on a lot of Holy Sword Excalibur, and we are playing Dexia's Advice, but we'll get to Dexia's Advice when we get there, right? We're not like trying to hard punish into it, and to me, this is the most flexible and the best one to run in the environment because you're playing things like Charlotte, you're playing things like Viola, and you're just really playing a super flexible game plan that's just trying to like slowly get yourself to the win, which I think is fine. And then you're playing all-in Dexia's combos, which is like leaning on Phantasmal Ascendant to like try to be able to get Dexia's advice to resolve as fast as possible. That deck to me feels kind of one trick. It doesn't feel like it has nearly as much flexibility, and so like it's one of those decks that's like really good in Swiss, but not so great in Top Cut, if that makes sense. And then the other one is Fairy Tale combo, like Fairy Tale King with like Charge of the Fairy Tales and stuff like that. So those are kind of the three ways I've seen Aristella get played. Dennis, the biggest question is how many Fairy spells are being main decked? That is a good question. Fairy spells and Garion has also kind of seen a resurgence as well, which is kind of crazy. So that is a good question. What is the breakdown for today? Let's go through it again. Paul, you want to take us through it?
This is supposed to be Aristella.
The top
The
one?
top, yeah.
Yes.
All right, let me just put a T there so it doesn't say arise.
Well, I mean, like, it's shorthanded, but yeah, sure.
Okay. There are 9 Aristellas. Killua is at 7. I believe that's Killua control.
It's just Killua in general. I don't know the breakdown between one or the other.
Gotcha. We have 5 Hides, 4 Falchions, 5 Oct, 3 Welser, 3 Order Alice, 3 Vega, 2 Veer. Ainz is at 2. Odin is at 1, which I think is legit. I like Odin at 1. Asuka's at 1 as well. Dry is at 1. There's a lot of 1s here, so I'm just going to name them all. I think that's Mika, Machina, Fushi, Sherry 1.0. So not
Doll Sherry.
Not Doll Sherry.
2 GPs in a row where she was legal and no one played her.
Cowards. Val 1. Sylvia Gil Palarilius at 1. I don't know what that says. I don't know what that says. And then 1 Olga.
That is Sword Faria and
Sword Faria.
Athenia.
I was like, Sword Soul. This is not the metagame.
No. And in true forcible fashion, a lot of draws in this round. Just waiting on one. We're going to see. Let's see. Did any of the Veers win their first round?
Please.
None of them won the first round. It's okay. We're still going to see a Veer
You're all
today.
playing Veer wrong. That's why.
We're certainly going to see. We're certainly going to see what gets.
Just play Veer right, guys.
Just play Veer right. That's so rude, Paul. Well, we're starting the day with 2
It's
blue.
so presumptuous,
We're
isn't it?
We're starting with 2. We're starting with 2 blue rulers back to back, and then
Yeah.
we'll go see how we go. We'll sit at the top tables for rounds 3, 4, and 5 because it's only 5 rounds today. So, 55 players, 5 rounds. It's gonna be a good day, I think. And lots of stuff to spoil.
1 hundo.
It's got 3 more mats to show off. No, I have 4 more mats to show off and 4 more cards to spoil. So tune in for that when that happens. It's going to be very interesting to see what you all think about the mats that we've designed and these cards that are being spoiled. Of course, you faced Derek round 1. I did not get to control the pairings, so I don't have any control over that Babatunde. You would have won if you were playing Sherry. Tell me you weren't playing Sherry this weekend. I'm disappointed in you. Sorry.
Doll Sherry.
Just played Doll Sherry.
Doll Sherry.
Fine. You would have been just fine.
Secret meta.
There it is. Someday someone will play Doll Sherry at a GP again. She's legal. I'm very surprised that, like, Holsheiser didn't play Doll Sherry, right? Because, like, the man has a paid invite. Pretty sure. So, like, why not? Just have some fun, play some Doll Sherry. But topic is, having wanting to keep up your streak of tops is always good. We'll see how Derek does as well. Derek is on Hyde, I believe. I don't know. I haven't seen the list, so Babatunde could tell us, but we'll see. Yeah, I think top 8, kind of, if I had a prediction, secret meta, if I had a prediction of what I think top 8 is going to be, I think it's 1 to 2 Aristellas, 1 to 2 Hydes, a Welser. I think one of the Welser gets it. Olga, I do think top cuts today. And then the other three, I think, or the other two, I think, are something random. Like, could be anything. It could be Vega, it could be Oct, it could be more control stuff, it could be those other kinds of things. So I think those are my thoughts for what we'll see. Like, Ainz could fill in one of those slots as well. Like, any more, like, a couple of slots that, like, aggressive decks could certainly find their way into that. Oh, he's on Killua. Oh, yeah, also Killua. I think Killua is also very good for today. You know, like, if I don't see a Killua in top 8 today, I'm going to be like, what is happening? So, I do think we're going to see, it definitely feels like an event. We don't have a Funf. No one played Funf today, and I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it that no one even picked up Deathwing. I'm frustrated about it. So we'll see how this goes. Let us know in the chat what rulers you're very interested in seeing as we go into round 3, 4, and 5. We try to stick to top tables as much as we can, like the higher ranking stuff, but we do want to make sure that we're getting a diversity of stuff. That's the whole point of the GP coverage, is to see what all kinds of things people are playing, and we want to see if you show you guys decks that you guys are interested in seeing. So that is the best part about being able to do this coverage today, is you all telling us what you want to see, and we try our best to be able to put it on screen. Paul's doing something with my board.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing with my board?
Correcting the letters.
Just erase it. Watch. You want to know how I save your problem? Watch this. Boop. Gone.
What tournament?
No tournament.
It's gone now.
It's gone now.
No tournament anymore.
You have a picture. You have a picture of my bad handwriting. You're fine. Listen, I hold my pen weird, so people can judge my bad handwriting that way. I do want to give a shout out to all of our wonderful sponsors, of course. All of the wonderful Forcible Foul Library, Odyssey Games, TCG Prime, Vite Ramen, Cardo Doko, all wonderful organizations to be able to help us and work with us to be able to make these streams possible and help the channel do what it needs to do. So consider checking the links in the description to go support them, as well as consider clicking the join button to support us. So what do we think about Actor Dry? Do we think he can compete in the current meta? I think the biggest thing about Dry for me is the fact that he's so reliant on his opponent's board state to, like, get off the ground. And I think that we are in an environment where there are plenty of good decks that do not want to commit anything to board. And that can be a real hindrance to Dry. That being said, he can just set up the infinite. Valentina 1. Yeah. He can just set up the infinite attack loop on his own, which is possible, especially if they're leading into things like Tea Party. Tea Party is certainly a card that I think Dry needs to make use of to be able to not care as much about his opponent's board state, to be able to push in for that lethal. But it is certainly difficult for Dry, I think. Jeff, hello from France, buddy. Good to see you. We do have an H3 ruler battle to watch. We are going to be putting Veer on stream next round. Guaranteed we're going to have Veer on stream next round. So more blue rulers.
We're counting on you.
We're counting on you. They both lost their round 1, but they're going to ride the X1 bracket all the way to the top. Did the Liberator of Wind player win? No. Don't know what else to say for you about that, Peter. Did not. But, I mean, kudos for them for just showing up and having a good time. So that's the beauty of these online events, is you just kind of, like, show up and have a good time. The promos are sick. Everybody's going to be getting Athenia and Charlotte and Setting the Stage of Providence for playing, and we have less than 64 players, so I believe everyone will also be getting the Zeus Alice promo as well. So that's what everyone's getting just for showing up. And then top 48 will walk away with the platinum promos. And then top 8 will get Aristella's, and we'll go from there. So lots of cool stuff. I have one of the Aristellas if people haven't seen one in person. Let me double check. Let me show you what the top 8 Aristella looks like, because that's the wrong box. This is the right box, because it is sick. Ta-da! Hard to see because of the lighting, but there's what the top 8 Aristellas look like.
It's hot.
Yeah, it looks very, very sick. It's textured. It's got that gold ubering, both, and then that nice crisp blue sword kind of standing out there. And then it's the monochrome on this side, but not foiled. So very, very nice looking top 8 promo. Boom, boom, boom. Deck box is falling over. It's fine.
Yeah.
What's that look for, Paul? You're giving me a look.
I'm just making a Valentina deck.
Just make it a Valentina deck right now, live.
Yeah. I showed the chat what I'm doing.
You know who did win? That Sylvia player. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they won or not. I don't know who's playing that list. Still waiting for pairings for last round. Does look like our last one is now posted. Okay, and we are going to be getting started with our next round here in just a second. So we'll be right back. Okay, here we have Paul Martinson on Aristella, and we have Noah Anderson on Veer. Both of these guys are in the 0-1 bracket, so they both lost their round 1, And so we'll see how this goes with round 2. I'm very curious to see how the Aristella versus Vieira matchup goes. The second God's Art, being the 3-stone God's Art to cancel something, is probably really relevant because Aristella can recharge them, which is a thing for sure, but like the first God's Art probably isn't going to come down very soon. So you're probably going to very easily get to 3 stones before we're going to see Aristella go off.
Strangely enough, I think Veer lost that die roll by winning it.
Won the die roll. Oh, lost the die roll by winning it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Very possible.
Veer definitely likes having all of the will that she could possibly get.
How many Rain of Snakes are we going to see? Rain of Serpents?
At least 3 would probably be good.
Yeah.
At least 3 would be great.
Gonna be helpful to see that many. Okay. Okay. What are we thinking, Paul? What comes out on here? The question is Paul Martinson playing the same like Olympian heavy Tea Party version that we've seen him play in the past, or like we saw him play last GP, or has he pivoted to something different?
Interesting. Well, we got wall.
Yeah, of course.
So.
But we can put that on the bottom of the deck real easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the correct colors.
Blue green's a strong start.
Also the correct rulers.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is good.
Yeah.
And I think that's really all Veer wants to do. She just call stones. I mean, most decks cannot kill you on by turn 3. Anymore. So this is totally fine for her.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We're at to Melody 1. It's our first card for the turn. Get to 4C2. Set up our next draws. We could go into... We could, like, throw out a 12-12 Rain of Serpents right now and be totally fine with it. If we hit, like, the card to recover a stone, right? Like, you could just... Well, it'd be an 8-8. Never mind. Maybe not. Whoa, we're going for God Art. We're just going to put wall right back in that hand right at the gate.
Very powerful blue card, to say the least.
There it is.
So you have an 8-8 Rain of Serpents.
8-8 Rain of Serpents right out the gate, coming in here. And now we got even more will to be able to goof around with. Tea Party at the beginning? Oh yeah, okay. We filtered to white and used Tea Party because he had 8 cards in hand, so might as well get the Tea Party out of his hand.
Makes sense a lot.
But like this does mean that Noah just kind of gets a free turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although we can't really go in because White Child's right there, so like there's no real reason for us to. Like, we can't combo off here, but we're certainly going to get 8 damage.
You do not combo off until turn 3.
Yeah, so we can
At
cancel
the earliest.
so we can cancel the God Art for sure. But this is what I've talked about with Vieira about like Rain of Serpents is just how this deck applies Progressor. Of just like
the white stone, interesting white stone.
Oh yeah, that is very interesting. You're the Vieira player? What are you playing in white for Vieira?
I would probably be playing Tea Party because then at that point it's a free chant and it recovers you will.
8 damage coming in at our good friend Paul. And drawing a card now that we've done our 8 damage. I friggin' love Rain of Serpents. Card's so good. It's ramp butt pressure.
Page of Rain.
Okay.
This card is pivotal to Veer
Age of Rain.
The most important text on this is chance you control in all zones gain music.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so
But we
incredibly
didn't-
important.
We used the blue. Okay, so we clearly have a green card. We're using Aristella to play Birth of the Twin Princes.
We're going to filter and look for something here.
Seems very much like we're probably playing the Olympian version for Aristella, for Paul. That man really likes the Tea Party engine, for sure. Would not be surprised with how early that Tea Party came out.
Yeah, Athena could certainly mess things up here.
What do we...
By killing that rain of snakes, which would really suck.
Well, in response to killing the Rain of Snakes, you just like make will, draw a card. Like that's the beauty of Rain
Yeah.
of Serpents in general, is that like it's always gonna be a -1 for your opponent to deal with it
Mm-hmm.
in a weird way, right?
In a weird way.
Which is crazy. And like Rain of Serpents has already gone neutral because he's drawn a card off of it with the 4 counters, right? So at this point in time, yeah, it truly is like a -1 for Paul to do anything to it.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially even a -2, right? Because if he draws a card off the Rain of Serpents, then Paul went down a card, Rain of Serpents did stuff, and bought 2 more cards. Main deck. What is happening? Why are we doing a main deck Vikage Rhea in this deck? Is this Lab? Is this Lab Aristella? Are we playing Lab Aristella? I'm so confused by Paul's
This is
list now.
very, very interesting. He's doing this proactively in his main state, in his main step here.
Feels like we have a Duet of Light in hand. Final
We're
Stance.
gonna dump final stance.
How are we reanimating that? How are we casting that?
Brunhild is the only thing. I can think of.
3-drop Brunhild?
3-drop Brunhild.
But he's at 2 will.
Was that 3?
With
'Cause
Tea? Well, with Tea Party, he's at 2, right? Because
no,
Stone.
he has energize.
Oh, that's true. He does have Energize. So he
Energize
could
into the
tap
Brunhild.
out to go for Brunhild for extra turns.
That feels really.
I mean, we can
bad.
do it. We can do it on Noah's turn. So, like, if Noah ever gives us an opportunity, but that certainly does feel like we're playing behind at that point. Yeah, we're just passing turn. That feels.
Oh, we are going to main step. Okay.
No. That was moving to end. That was a main phase, Rhea, and Paul is just deciding to move on from there. That feels really weird. With the prevalence of Killua everywhere, like. Okay, so we're at Einsatz. Scry 2. We're at Melody 1 for the turn. This is important. Interesting. Well, that's the other thing. If we're playing the Brunhild... No, wait. Olympians aren't heroes or villains, right? They're just Olympians. No,
Correct.
Persephone's... No, wait. No, they're tails.
Oh, yeah, they're tails. Yeah, 'cause you can fetch Persephone with and Ward Shelby. That's how I remember.
So if we're playing Brunhild, we're not playing Olympians at all. So this is a very different Aristella list. I'm truly fascinated at what we're gonna see come out of this. We swing in with the Rain of Serpents, right? Like there's no reason not to. If he blocks with the Killua, if he blocks, we just like make will happen or something.
I mean, I think if you're Noah, you consider what the Rain of Serpents is going to be able to do on this turn.
Oh, that's true.
Because this is a combo deck. You're not trying to... You got free damage in, but that's really, really helpful for Veer. Because depending on the Veer build you have, she's not going to be able to do like 4K right away.
Yeah, that's true. Unless you like really just get a free turn, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. No, choose a resolution. keep in mind, you choose a resolution. Okay, but it resolved. So, okay.
So no 1-drop,
Non-resonators. No additions, chance, nothing.
chance, regalia, etc. That's the way.
We're certainly going in.
That is the way.
Because now we're at Melody 3.
Yep. Draw a card, produce a blue.
Probably blue.
Probably blue. That's what I would be doing.
What?
And Age of
How are we
Rain
getting-
gives that music, so
Is
that's why
this-
he gets melody from the Loki.
Yeah, for sure. That's the other thing. I'm just really curious about this final stance. Sorry.
Sonic Siren's going to recover a stone.
This is rounds 2. So we get a mill 4 and recover a stone. Okay, this is just going. We're just going in. What happens here, Paul?
You
Wall Terror,
contract,
Dexia's
and
advice.
you draw 5. That's what happens
don't-
here.
This okay. So
You
we've got a
contract, you draw
Wall
5.
of Terror, Dexia's advice, Black Witch, Tea Party.
There it is.
There's Summon the Serpent of Rain. We have Will still available, and we can cancel a God Art. We have Blue Will available.
Paying 2? To train Garion.
Garion. We're still at Melody 5 for the turn. Do we have a second one in hand? Oh, no. We just gas out. That's not good.
No.
That's not good.
Oh.
Has the Gary.
And this is why you play Lorate in this deck.
This is also why I would have just used the Rain of Serpents. Like, would have produced Will and abandoned the Rain of Serpents. Only 2 cards left in hand for Noah. Ooh,
Yeah.
Gross. And Paul's full grip. I truly just want to know how this final stance is going to come into play.
Yeah, at this point, that's a great question.
Like, well, the thing is, if we play it, so here's the thing. If we play Brunhild here and we're taking 2 turns, like, the game's over, right? Because, like,
So the thing about
there it
Noah's,
is. We are not playing any any tails.
no tails.
There's no Olympians in this deck.
Yeah, we're especially in a meta where Girion is present, you have to have exactly Lorette in hand before you pull the trigger. And if you don't do that, you are comboing out for no particular reason. Because at that point, the contract is meant to give you your Fist of Cards back and sort of sculpt your hand a little bit so you can follow up the following turn and just end the game. If that contract whiffs, you're done. It's very high stakes to get that contract off.
The other thing about this is both of these characters have flying and drain. So it's take 4, gain 4, and then next turn it's going to be another 14 in the air with flying and drain. So now we're up to 48 life. And Noah only has 2 cards in hand. So, like, the size that Veer would have to be able to overcome that much life is gross. We're playing a Never End, too. Very clearly, we're going to use coin for Never End. There it is. We are killing next turn. Well, no, not quite. We'll be at 29 damage. So it'll be, 29 damage next turn. Can Rain of Serpents bounce something?
Yes. It's Dolly on Quickcast. Like literally all the same effects.
Cool. So, Rain of Serpents to bounce the Never End back to hand, so that you don't die. But you don't. I mean, you don't die here, but like keeps you a little bit alive. This is 2,900 and in the air represented because it's 15 from Never End. We're fully tapped out. 15 from Neverend, 10 from Brunhild. That's 25, 29. Takes us down to 7. And then if Paul has some a sealed one-eyed dragon, the game's over at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Girion literally won Paul the game.
Yeah. Correct.
That's why you play Lore.
That's fair.
That's why you play Lore.
Take 4. 32 to 38. 10.
Oop, hold on. Wrong person.
32. And then another 10, so down to 22 and 48.
There you go. Yep.
48, and then down to 7. So it'll be 700 to 4,800 after this swinging.
Does the Brunhild have drain too?
Yes, it does.
So I'm
That's
up to 48.
Yeah, 48. 700 to 48.
Okay.
What are we playing for 4 here?
That's a good
Oh.
game.
Okay. We're at We're not at 5 stones, though. Oh, no, it's just scooping it up at that point in time. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. That's crazy.
Love that.
Because Brunhild will get RFG'd when she gets sacked to Dark Atlas. And then, oh, my gosh, you cast Raise and Revive off of the Dexy's Advice for free.
To grab.
After the Dark Atlas resolves, because the spell that's cast off Dexy's Advice resolves after the Resonators have hit field. So then sack off Brunhild in Final Stance. Brunhild gets RFG'd, and then the Raise and Revive. No, the Raise and Revive would have to target something, right? It wouldn't be an extra turn. Does Raise and Revive target?
That's a good question.
It has target. He wouldn't have been able to take the extra turn there. Because you wouldn't have the Brunhild to target at the time.
I think he had Light of Raise and Revive in hand.
No, he cast it off the Neverend. Or he said he was casting it off the Dexy's Advice. I mean, Noah scooped it up regardless, but, like, that line doesn't work. Because the Raise and Revive has to have a target, and your Dark Atlas, like, it would be on the chase before the Dark Atlas gets to do its enter effect.
Sequencing.
Sequencing!
The game.
I don't see it. But he just conceded, so it's okay.
That's fine. Cameron. Hello.
Wow, what an interesting... He did tap a ruler before recovery, Raven, to make the Neverend bigger. So let's see. So don't get garried is the answer here. Let's see. Yeah, that Light of Laser Revive.
Imagine being unable to interject. I know, Pat. If you mean that the way I think you mean that, I completely agree.
Oh, as a VR player watching the VR player,
Yeah.
one could be like, "Hey, do this." No, that's fine. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
okay. No biggie.
Like, let's just be clear. The only reason Noah lost that game was because of Girion.
Correct. That line with the Brunhild though is so different. Paul Martinson is one of the most creative deck builders. Like him and Logan Moses, I'll just say it. Probably some of the most creative deck builders. Like I
100.
would not have thought of that line at all to just completely abandon the Olympians for a villain package. Like to use Brunhild with Final Stance and stuff. Like that's really neat. It's really neat.
Yeah.
Let's see what comes in here for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, it was greed because he didn't have Lorate.
A Lorite to stop the
Yeah.
Garion. Yeah. Because if he had the Garion, or if he had the Lorite to stop the Garion and had used Will off of the Reign of Serpents to play it, then like that would have all probably resolved, and we would have swung in with a massive VR after taking, and like probably lethal, right?
Yeah,
Probably would have been enough damage.
absolutely would have been lethal. I think at that point, if you're like,
Chrono Gear,
I have everything I need to do to combo off.
because Gleipnir is 7 and gets +4/+4, so Melody would have been 5. 27. We would have been 500 short.
But then you have the Reign of Serpents. So
5 Reign of Serpents would have been dead. Because we needed the Reign of Serpents to produce the will. Oh, no, we had Floating Blue from the...
Yeah, we had Floating Blue from
from
Loki's.
the Lokis. No, we're good. Well, then we
So-
would have been 100 short.
Yeah, that's fine. Because then you would have drained.
Yeah. Well, you swing... Well,
You drained 27.
you swing... Well, does it have drain? Oh, yeah.
It
'cause
has
Drain,
drain.
Swiftness, Drain, Eternal Bear. Yeah, no, that's fair. So you swing with the Reign of Serpents. You go down to 1. You literally
And you've stolen
take him
their
down
Rhea.
to 1, stolen the Rhea, and then you can like produce off of the Reign of Serpents to cast any other spell when Gleipnir swings.
Yep.
And then that's near lethal. Okay. Anyway, we're going in.
When you're playing
Paul
Veer,
doing a
if you don't have the interruption in hand, you just slow roll and play control until you get your Lorite in hand, and then you're good to go.
so Paul is beginning of game trigger in response to the draw trigger from Wall using Aristella to do Birth of the Twin Princes. That Aristella is not going to get recovered. Draw from Wall. I mean, that's a really good way to selectively draw before your opponent gets to take a turn.
Look at 3, sure.
Why did we give Aristella the coin? To have access to the 3 stones faster?
Yeah, I don't think you're worried about that.
Guinevere?
So we're
Hey, that's
playing-
helpful. A little bit of
I mean,
protection.
That's a fun tech. I don't hate it.
Yeah, but we do have Darkness Moonchild to just shoot it. Yeah, do not get to recover the Aristella because both players skip their first recovery phase. Stone of Rain, so we're not going to worry about being cancelled if we cast a Water Chant. Nice little boost for Dexy's Advice Dex.
Mm-hmm. Makes me wonder if he's playing Guinevere, is he not playing Setting the Stage, or is he playing a lower amount of Setting the Stage of Providence?
That's a great question.
Card is certainly
Yeah, we're
interesting.
going to kill Guinevere with the Goddard of Darkness Moonchild and just pop her off field. Yeah. It's one of
Yeah,
the
I think
reasons-
that's a good trade.
Oh,
I think that's definitely in Noah's favor.
yeah, that's fine. Another one. Like another Guinevere.
So he's not playing Set at the Stage for Providence.
Oh, right, because we have... Yeah.
Oof.
There you go. Well, I mean, that's still fine because it means that we can't get Garioned with that stone, right? We just cast... and we know there's no Persephones. We know there's no Persephones. So the only out at that point in time is Memory of Worlds to stop contract. Has to be exactly Memory of Worlds,
And
right?
that's why you play Setting the Stage.
But-
Because then Girion and Memory Worlds can't target you.
Yeah. I think this is fine.
I don't agree.
That's
It's still, but it's okay. Like, I don't agree, but it's okay.
Sword of progression. Yeah, we're playing the sword package. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Sword is here.
Drawing a card.
That being said, the most important card for Noah to get in his opening turns and not have it go away is Age of Rain.
That's true.
The most important card to have is Age of Rain.
And Paul not having nearly as much like investable will this time. No tea parties. That's pretty relevant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we see a Reign of Serpents line this turn with Einsatz? Just to also try to pull out some of Paul's will here. That could be something that I think might be played.
It would be a good use of the not cancel stone.
Yeah,
Stone of
for
Rain.
sure. Let us know in the chat if we're like too loud, too quiet, or whatever. Just a quick audio check here as we're in round 2. Oh, we're into Noah's turn.
Okay.
Melody 1. Okay. Okay. We gotta watch out for White Child though, because we're not at 3 stones yet. Is that like, like don't get too greedy here before recovery? Move to recovery. Don't cast anything yet. Don't cast anything yet. This is a good question for Paul. He's clearly moving to recovery, right? So does he burn the White Child here
Yes.
to truly just not do anything?
I think you put. This is his combo turn, so you put him off.
Yeah, that's fair.
100%.
Now that Moonchild doesn't... I mean, that
Yeah.
Moonchild's still very good because Paul is probably playing Sword. Right? Which means we're probably... Although Paul might not be playing Sword with this extra turns line. That's a fair point, that he might not be playing Excalibur.
You're talking about Chrono Gear, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was
Flight
like,
of the Holy Sword?
it's like he's playing sort of progression.
No,
so I don't know
no,
what he's
Flight of,
talking about.
Flight of the Holy Sword.
Okay. There we
to,
go.
to recharge the Guts Arts, right?
Yeah, I think if you're Noah here, you're just like, okay, I just gotta bite this.
Well, we have to just pass, right?
Yeah, I have to bite this and just like try and do something on my opponent's turn. But again, if that
Paul not having Tea Party though.
Stone of Rain was a green stone.
Paul not having Tea Party though right now does give Noah some time to breathe, right? Because
Maybe one turn.
Well, it gives us like that we'd be. Wait, how did that? Oh, did we discard the final stance due to hand size?
Yeah,
Okay,
like he's at will, like he's there.
right. Paul might try to go in for a Brunhild right now. Dark Alice, okay.
I think that's okay. I think that signals that Paul does not have
The Brunhild.
the Brunhild in hand
Yeah,
yet.
there goes a Gary. Let's see. Are we going to banish the Dark Alice? I feel like we're going to banish this Dark Alice. Paul likes all these cards in his hand, it seems like.
Yeah, I think the advantage of Paul versus Noah right now is Paul has this fistful of cards that can just say no, potentially.
Oh, Steve, did you play against Turbo Dexias? I'm sorry, buddy.
Or the Twin Princess to dig even further. Yeah, he's looking for Brunhild.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely feels like we don't have it yet. We can set up for it, though, if we have a Tea Party, because we can filter the Magic Stone of Rain into a Tea Party right now. To at least, like, bank the Will or bank a quick cast Brunhild.
Does he have Stone of Rain on Paul's side?
Yes. But if you filter the Will into something else, it doesn't count.
Right.
So,
Because you're using the effect to produce the substitute will.
yes, correct. It's not being produced by the Stone's Will production effect.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah, his first stone was Stone of Rain. Setting it 4 Will for Paul,
Moonshade.
but no Brune. You copied Dexia's advice with Tachyon and he had a Black Witch in hand? Or and had a Black Witch in hand.
I'm sorry, Steven.
And he had one of his 2 Black Witches. Yeah, okay.
That's tough.
Are we just hard casting Brunhild here? It's gotta be a Kilowa's, right? There's gotta be a Kilowa's in this hand, right?
Yeah, I don't think Noah's playing Lorite.
Nope, no
Which means
Kilowa's
he just,
either.
yeah, so Paul just gets to
Jeez.
win here.
What
Oh my gosh.
happened? This is 2 times that we've seen the blue deck just seemingly not
I would have to see Noah's list to be able to say.
Your own
what I
Black
would-
Switch wouldn't have mattered because Darkness Moonshine. Yep.
I think
200 for
Stone of
Noah,
Rain,
38.
when you include it in the Veer deck, does a couple of things that I think are really detrimental. One, it puts you off of setting the Stage of Providence, which means you don't get another music chant, plus you don't get a draw. On top of that, you don't get to play 2 additional
Can you do
green
200
stones.
damage to Noah, please?
Yeah, I can do that. You don't get access to 2 additional green sources, which means you don't always have Lorite live as a threat. And then if you don't play Lorite, you're in a position where your combo just fizzles completely.
Constriction certainly helps here to make the extra turn not so great.
Yeah, he's gonna blank the attack, which is fine.
This is helpful because this is the extra turn from Paul, right? So this essentially means the extra turn's not super helpful.
Yeah. Certainly not bad.
Certainly, yeah, gives him some more breathing room. And we are still at 4 will because he used coin to play the Brunhild. So, still very real chance that Noah can find his way in this game.
Depends on how many
Turning off
cards he
the
has
extra
in
turn.
hand.
Turning off the extra turn was super big here.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see here. We're on Melody 1.
It's a good use of the weight. It's a good use of Einsatz.
Yeah, just set it up
Even
before
before draw.
Yeah.
You just like I get to look at more cards now.
It's essentially a pseudo
Look at
Birth
3
of the
draw one.
Birth of the Twin Princes. Since we just cast it for free as opposed to using Mastery.
Yeah.
It just doesn't actually draw us anything. It's like half. It's like half of a Birth of the Twin Princes.
That's kind of unfortunate, but there's ways to make that work.
This does just feel kind of like a weird back-to-back of seeing the like heavy blue deck just seemingly not playing the main deck cards that I would expect to see out of a blue.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna go off here.
Yeah, it's just about number of magic stones. Paul asking about verifying for contract in terms of when he can contract, and it is just about having enough stones.
Turn 3 is the magic number.
Yeah, for sure.
And that way it feels a lot like Valentina 2 World way back in the day.
Yeah, for sure.
Like turn 3 or 4 was just the answer. We're going to Chrono Gear. So we're going to get our Light Moonchild God's Art.
But this is what I'm talking about. It's like I'm glad that we have the. So he's got the. And then. We're going to see that get canceled.
Do we just have a Lorray here? Yep. Lorray to stop it.
And
Cast.
then because we're not
Noah
playing.
cast the Lorray.
And Noah just. This is what I mean about like Akilawas would be great here, because it's all that would count, right?
But see, this is also another reason you play setting the stage. Because then you can't even Lorite his stuff.
So we're certainly going to see a memory of probably a. We're responding to be able to throw a lot of stuff out. Like, this is again like The last one we didn't see Dissonance of Rain. We didn't see Killua. This is in response to the Lorite.
This does not feel like a clutch play from Noah. Yeah. So he does not
Okay.
have the interruption.
Why did we use the greenstone on that?
I don't know. I
Why
don't
did
know
we-
either.
Why did we not use the will from our God's Art for that? Are we playing Keys' Call?
I think you save the God's Art because you hope to combo off later in the future.
Well, his camera seems to have frozen. One second. Okay.
Okay, we got some technical problems.
Okay, so unfortunately, the line they're talking through it right now, and we're seeing that unfortunately our Veer player disconnected, and so we did hear that they did not get any of his green spells in time. So why we didn't see the protection is that it wasn't there in the mail. So unfortunately, that is what happened. And and Paul was just going to hardcast Agarian. Paul said he was just going to hardcast Agarian next turn. So, which is fair. Like, that's probably not going to get stopped.
Turns out Girion hard counters this deck
If it's
on the field.
If it's being on the field, yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's pretty bad. So that's gonna be that for that round, which is unfortunate. It always sucks to see that in a stream to have the disconnect rule, but it is the rules according to the GP rules that if you disconnect at all, if your camera shuts off at all for more than like half a second, then you have to immediately get a game loss. So that is going to be that's what it's going to be. What are you looking at, Paul?
I'm just looking at his screen to see what he's playing. Okay.
Yeah, they're talking about their.
So he's just playing mono blue. Yeah, Veer definitely needs green to be able to make sure her plays get through. And
yeah,
with no Lorites and no Melfi.
Yeah, that Aristella build though, I was very curious about, and I was incorrect. Raise and Revive doesn't target, so it does the reanimate from RFG doesn't target. So you can just like do that line with Dark Alice, sack Brunhild, sack Final Stance, take another extra turn, which is a really, really cute. Like that's a very very cool card, for sure. There we go.
Yeah.
we still
I
had
can hear all the things.
We still had the player audio in our ears. You guys didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was that was cool. That Aristella build is very cool. I do like it.
I
a lot.
enjoyed that.
Very
That
different. Very different.
Wow. Cool
Yeah, and
stuff.
sad is unfortunately that the Veer just didn't have the completed Veer deck that we would expect.
But you know who does?
You recorded it, and we're gonna
did.
post it as a feature match in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
You just gotta give me the footage.
Yeah, I brought it with me.
Hey, so I can just download it straight to my computer.
Hey.
Great.
Let's
Okay,
work.
so we've got some time left on round. There's still 25 minutes left, or no, more than that left on round because we paused the timer to figure out this stuff. It looks like time left on round at this point in time is... Where did it get posted? I don't know. So we got time. Still left. There's still plenty of matches going on. So with that, let's talk about
David.
what do we want to do next? What do we want to put on next? Do we want to do another card? Should we do multiple cards? Should we do some playmats? Let's do some playmats. You guys want to see some playmats? Paul, you want to see some playmats?
Yeah.
Okay, Paul wants to see some playmats. Paul's decided we're doing playmats. So, I have the dates of these events that are taking place. These are happening on our Discord server. Again, they are $10 entries. Signups will be happening soon. Each event will be a one-day event taking place at noon Eastern Standard Time. It will be Swiss, and then whoever the top 8 are after Swiss will then get the top 8 mats. And so the first one's May 20th, which is the one I already showed. So there you go. This is for this one. For a reminder, that's this one. This is May.
Woo.
This is May is Matt. Next up we have June, which is this lovely lady. This is our June Matt. So Pink Spider coming in, looking sharp. Figured it was pretty relevant after the success that Pink Spider has had lately to get a Pink Spider mat. So there's that one. And then we have July. This one is going to be the one that I think a lot of people are going to beat. So this will take place after Worlds. So we'll also be the first one after Worlds format, which is going to be good old Little Maria, the Archaic Legacy.
I cannot wait to break that card.
I love this card so much, and also this mat is just absolutely gorgeous.
I'm from the past.
I think it's also just a really good mat to like finish out the the fourth set of the clusters in. It's kind of like the resurgence of the Crimson Moon stuff. And then we're going to have Little Maria, the Archaic Legacy, something that's like, it's kind of like, look at all these old cards that you can kind of try to make silly things happen with this card. So that's our July event. August, because it's super hot in August here in Michigan, is good old Raging Messiah.
I'm on
For
fire.
August.
I'll hug myself to make it better.
So we've got August is going to be Raging Messiah. That is our playmat for then. Looking forward to being able to give that one away. And then lastly, Paul, you want to take a guess on our September mat? Just take a guess.
Hold on, let me look at it.
No, you don't do that. That's cheating. Here,
Oh, look,
move
there
it
it
over
is.
the screen.
I already saw it.
Okay.
Is it the demon?
It's the demon! Imaginary Satan, God of the Fallen. That is going to be our September playmat. Very much looking forward to giving that one as well. And then we will be doing more playmats. These are going to be monthly events. There will not be an online monthly event on Discord in October. Want to know why? FowFest. FowFest is the last weekend of October, taking place in Kalamazoo, Michigan. You can go check out our Facebook page for information on that. It is going to be huge. We have a lot more information and stuff to be able to build on it, hoping to try to potentially make it into a GP. And there's also going to be a ton of other exclusive playmats for that event on our prize wall for our side events. It's a 3-day event, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. Side events happening all throughout as well as the main event, and we hope to see all of you there. It's going to be absolutely sick. Very excited to see what comes out of that. Am I being chatted about? No, I'm not being chatted at. Just making sure. So those are our mats for the last so November playmat. We get a playmat of Jeremy's face saying this is fine. So just me as the last audience playmat.
I did request this.
You did request the last audience playmat. I honestly might use one of the mats for FowFest as being the last audience, just for myself, so I can have a last audience mat. I'll sign them.
Where's my dolly mat?
I'll sign them as this is fine.
Where's the dolly mat, Jeremy?
I'll sign them as this is fine. It's going to be just fine. For November. So yeah, that is that. I think after next round is when we're just gonna do all 4 spoilers that we still have next round. After next round, I think, because it's 5 rounds. Yeah, I think next round we're gonna do their other 4 spoilers. So probably should just preemptively request off for that. Technically starts on a Friday, right? Correct. We will have the venue starting at like 6 p.m. on Friday, and we will be starting side events as well as the cosplay contest on Friday night. It's going to be a big party. The main tournament is on Saturday with side events happening all day Saturday, as well as side events and top 8 happening all day on Sunday as well. So, yeah. It's going to be really exciting. I hope to see you all there. So much prizing going into that. We're up to like 15 banners, a ton of playmats, a ton of deck boxes, cool pricing for the top cut. Oh, I will also say FowFest has a guaranteed cash pricing of $1,000 to the top 8. Woo. So there you go. Yeah, we like single artworks as well. Although I will say that mat that we were able to put together of the 2 Chrono Gears with the moon in the background was like super sick. So we're gonna take a quick break here, and we'll be back to have a conversation with you all. Unless Paul, you have something you want to say before we take a quick break?
Oh, I'm good.
Paul's good.
I'm good.
Paul said we're good, so we're good. We will be back in a little bit for round 3. See you all soon. Hey guys. Hi. Paul's not here right now, but he's coming back. But we still got a little bit more before the next round, so I thought, you know what? Let's go another spoiled card. So, if you've been hanging out with us, you get lucky because you're hanging out and you get to see a new spoiled card. This is our next one. Da-da-da. Gears Eater. 2 red, 7/7 Cthulhu. Enter, destroy up to 2 target non-Magic Stone entities with no attribute. There you go. There's your next spoiler card. It's another normal. Probably does not see its place in the cube. Seems like one of our kind of unfortunately not super great. They wish it had swiftness. It's a sideboard card. It doesn't have quick cast. Like if it had quick cast, I think it'd be good because it'd be a good like sideboard card versus Eins. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of stuff out there that doesn't have attributes, unless we're about to see a bunch of stuff that has no attributes. Because again, there are 3 Gears rulers in this set that tag together, so we could see this card potentially getting into play. Especially with that new card, the Fairies card that lets you flash in something, and then get its enter effect and put it back into your hand and replace it. That could be really good with this, especially since Aristella seems like it's going to be red-white. So just thought I'd share that with you. Something for you to kind of be aware of here. A little sneaky extra spoiler here as we get ready for round 3. We'll have certainly, after next round, we will see the other 3 cards that we have, and they are 2 of the 3 of them are absolutely doozies, so stay tuned for that in a little bit. Just wanted to kind of pop in, say hi. We're waiting on our last match to kind of finish up. We'll get it started in round 3 in just a second. So enjoy this extra card. Let us know what you think about it, how you would use it, and we'll be back for round 3 in just a minute. So see ya! Okay, everybody, here we are getting ready to go with John Hiller on the left playing Hyde, and Nathan on the right is playing Mika. Both of these players are currently 1-0-1, so still very much more in contention for top cut. So we'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Currently, it does look like John Hiller is currently the highest rated Hyde at 101. There is no 2-0 Hydes at this point in time.
Interesting.
At this point, there are
very interesting.
four of the 5 Killuas are currently 2-0. So as what did I say at the beginning of the day? The Killua was going hunting, and she was hunting for ninjas. So John Hiller is currently the highest rated Hyde player in the event right now. Gonna go for there. So should be a fun match here. Looking forward to see what happens here. And we're in. Paul, what's your thoughts as you're looking at Mika versus Hyde?
I'm certainly curious how Mika is doing so well.
Yeah.
I will say that. We definitely got some additional support in her colors, things like Raging Messiah. But I famously, or infamously, depending on how you want to interpret that, have not been a fan of Mika since her reveal. Mostly because her play lines were very cluttered and kind of clunky. So we'll have to see how Nathan is going to make this work.
We are not seeing a hyper-proactive contract or hyper-proactive X-Black Cat in response to the triggers to reveal Homeland and Rogue Spectator. This is important because going second, and we are playing the Cathedral. I love it. Wait, is it Solari? I forget what it's. I haven't seen this card enough to remember what it is.
Yeah, it's God.
Church? I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, let's go to the other database.
Paul, remind me what the edition is here.
Let's figure it out.
We're not seeing a super aggressive Gods art here, which means that the hand either is suboptimal or we might just be kind of waiting. Okay, no Ega off the top. That's going to be a big part of this matchup is, like, how many Egas are there? Because the other thing is that, like, Nathan does have access to unchaseable spot removal, potentially. Okay.
This is
What is it called?
Solari Religious Nation.
Okay, so Solari is the card. We're making additional dudes every turn, giving some dudes to John, and we're also going to be sacking tokens to be able to banish a Resonator token to gain extra life, which means we're probably seeing Flighters, right? Flighters are a really good card for Mika as well.
Yeah, Flighter is really strong for Mika.
Yeah, just extra, like, will to just be able to dump in. So that's interesting to see. We Gods Arted the X here. Still no Ega. Oh, Phantasmal Ascendant. Okay.
Okay, so we are ramping stones.
What is happening with this Mika list?
immediately, I would think, okay, we're doing Ascendant things so that we can do.
Are we gonna blow up all the special magic stones with no, he's playing his own special magic stones, so we're not gonna see a
We're not gonna
Civil
do
War.
that.
Ah, man.
I think we're ramping stones to.
Okay.
What is that?
That's Inquisitor. We're gonna give both sides a token. Yeah, they both get 400 tokens and draw a card. So we're just gonna put, just put 800 damage worth of damage
Is
on
this
the board on
just
turn one.
token mash? I think this is just token mash.
I
Just
mean,
make a bunch
I
of
don't
tokens.
hate you just overwhelming, just saying I don't want to have time for you to set up. I'm just gonna flood the field, right? The biggest inherent strength that is there is the fact that there is Pumpkin Witch, right? If John's playing Pumpkin Witch, that flies over all the tokens, right? But if you can match Hide in terms of having resonators and they can't find Pumpkin Witch or can't find Darkness, or you can stop the Pumpkin Witch somehow, they still got to get through an army,
Yeah.
right? Doesn't matter how big you are if you don't have spot removal to get things out of the way.
So we're going into 3 stones.
Yeah, we're gonna lose that Moonshade at the end of this turn. Foreseeing here. Nathan being a true G, playing the Force of Will official oversleeves. Using red. Oh yes, we're
see
truly
it.
playing. We're playing Cecilia. You can pop the token that your opponent. We're truly just playing Mika. We're actually just playing a Mika deck.
Yeah.
Wow. We're just, and then that's gonna kill the token.
So that's going to get +2/+2.
And swiftness. So it's gonna be able to swing in and draw this card. What is happening? Okay,
So
so
that's
we're gonna
14
swing in
damage. Turn
1.
2.
Turn 2, yeah. Another token? Using the addition? Okay, so we both have 4/4 human tokens again. Well, the other thing too is sacking all those tokens is going to matter for life total as well in the Hide matchup, right? Filtering it for a red. A second one! Woof! Wow! Wow! 4.
Mika's
cards in
cooking, that's for sure.
We're just really going in. We're saying, look, you might have some spot removal, but wow.
Yeah.
Who cares about engine? Just
different
who cares
art.
about splashing? Just play engine.
That's 2k damage on board.
More than that, because when this token dies, Garrett is stopper. Okay, so if that token had died, both of them would have gotten a +200 bonus. So we'd have 8 and a 6 and 4 and 4. So would have had 2,600. Okay, that triggers. Yeah, so she's now swinging in for. She'll just be swinging in for 10. She's a 6/6. If he goes to sealed one-eyed her here, he banishes the other token. If this is a cone, this is a mistake. Oh no! Give him 400 life. Nathan's back up to 400. And she'll trigger and go up to being an 8/8. Second Rusty! I feel like this is still fine. Made him burn a bunch of resources here. Still gains the 400 life. Okay. Still gets to take 4 with the Phantasmal Ascendant. I mean, this is what we kind of expected from Hyde in terms of having good spot removal. I did
Yeah.
not expect double Rusty's Fox there, but making him burn both Rusty's Foxes on one Resonator is kind of big. Like, it's pretty good.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, he still is only a 2 will as well, and we haven't seen Ega. That's another piece, too. It's like John hasn't seen Ega. Because the other thing to notice that he probably doesn't have Ega in hand, because if he did at the end of Nathan's turn, I gotta remind Nathan to get rid of the stone.
Yeah,
One second.
mandatory.
Cannot let him keep a stone that he's not allowed to keep.
Correct.
So like if there had been an Ega in that hand, we would have seen it at the end of Nathan's turn. Another Inquisitor? Beginning of a fairy
So we're
tale.
making 2 more tokens. It's probably a good card to put in Mika.
That's really kind of good. Because we can banish both of those tokens. It's Solari is any token, right?
This is a good question. They're playing cards I never played.
Yeah, banish a token, right? So those are both just life and also more triggers for the red lady. This is pure just turn things sideways going in here.
Yeah, this is very
These
much
past couple
aggro.
matches were like control combo. Nah, in.
What's interesting to me is I'm wondering if we're going to see a Flighter at any point, because I think Flighter is one of the better cards in this matchup.
Raging Messiah I'm also very curious about with this list. If we're going to see a Raging. Oh, we're committing to stuff in main phase.
Black and green to play.
That is a
Magic
that is a Magic Stone Research Institute.
My man.
Oh, goodness.
My man is playing
Institute Mika. That's gross.
It turns out if you make tokens and play Institute, it's
That's
a good deck.
honestly gross. That's honestly gross.
And this is
If
why
he hits
Institute's my favorite card.
He's doing White Child now, so that's his only card of the turn.
I think I'm okay with that.
I think you're okay with it, yeah.
Especially
No,
since
don't also Light Child. He hasn't cast a spell yet. No. Okay. That was a mistake. So Jean gets to cast one card here. Okay. Wow, okay, cool. And it resolved!
Yeah. Sack the first
Why did we
stone.
Light Child there? 3 unique stone. Those tokens are 8/8s. Paul, those tokens are 8/8s.
Yes, those 2/2 flyers are now 8/8 flyers.
Do they? I don't think the fairies fly.
They do.
No, they do not.
Oh, they don't.
They do not. But they are still 8/8s. And again, he's already used those foxes. He can cast one of them. Swing in for 8. Yeah, 3 unique stones. Oh, John has not necessarily played against Institute very much. He's kind of questioning exactly how Institute works. We're going in. This is what I'm saying about like burning both of those foxes is not super great. We're going to cast one of these. Five, 8, yeah. So like, but he can't cast 2 of them.
You get a Rusty. You
But
get a
it's-
draw. Get a replacement.
If he puts the Rusty in, it can't kill anything. Take 8. He filtered to white, I believe.
You did.
Oh, yeah. So 28. Yeah, he filtered to white. John filtered.
Oh, he filtered to white.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 28 is current life total. Taking that, he's down to 2K. And Rusty's going to block the Ascendant. We can't cast any cards. He's already cast a card. He might. He's thinking about Darkness Moonchild right now. This man has Sealed One-Eyed and... Oh, no. Okay. I was like, this man has Sealed One-Eyed
Yeah, I think you just let that
and
happen.
Raging Messiah in hand. Like, if he did, that'd be game, right?
Yes.
If he had Raging Messiah and Sealed One-Eyed, that literally would be game. Wow. We're just going in. The other thing, too, is these tokens now can be banished for 800 life. Tea Party to filter before recovery. Honestly, John needs to pick up the pace, otherwise he's going to get flooded, especially if he's got Flighter in hand. Like, if there's a Flighter in this hand, John's in for a world of hurt, because now we're starting to hit the point where our token generation outpaces Rocket Dive. Like, legitimately, we're at a point where token generation outpaces Rocket Dive.
1 hundo.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Because this only banishes 2. So you just, like, make the human token, make a couple tokens with Flighter, banish the 2 fairy tokens, and you still have 3 guys up.
So he's
4
been
guys
playing
up.
for months. Just pure engine. Who cares about splashing?
There's the Rocket Dive.
Rocket Dive is here.
Memory of Worlds? Oh, Persephone to
Persephone
put it back in his hand! Ugh. So, wow. The problem is this fully taps him out. And Nathan has so much pressure on board that if this Rocket Dive gets successfully stopped, it's literally over. Okay, he has 1 stone up here. A Lorite would stop here. Yeah, that doesn't matter. This does not
There's
matter.
Lorite.
We make 2 tokens. We let the Rocket Dive resolve. Does he have another one? Okay. We've successfully contracted. We're going to be able to draw a bunch of cards, but we have 0 will. Although we will have Ega available. Okay, okay. Okay, so we certainly have a handful of cards here. But the only things that help us in the space down right now are more Rusties, unless we saw an Ega. Two more tokens. Oh my gosh. Draw another card. Make more tokens with the there. So, you know, we banished 2, but we still have 4 things. Wow.
Oh, that was on John's turn.
That was on John's
That
main
was all
phase.
on John's turn.
Because, again, John didn't have Ega. The lack of Ega really hurt John in this
Ooh.
game. Like,
Wow. Okay.
wow.
Yank,
Like,
you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right.
if this is a 4th stone, that's a 4th unique stone. Everyone's getting +8/+8. That's honestly huge.
Tokens was Institute. All day long.
just think about the life gain that Nathan has on board here as well, right? Like they're all tokens and they're all getting +8. So this man can just casually gain 4,200 life if he wants to. Like that's huge against Mika, especially when Mika has not been applying pressure early.
So double white.
This is Duet of Light.
Duet of Light.
This is all 3 modes. He gains 2,000 life, gets to... Sorry. That Cecilia is going to be the biggest thing I've ever seen. So everything is now getting +12. We're going to kill the token.
Draw 2
Mika's-
discard.
Draw 2 discard. Mika's now +14. Here's the problem. Everything's getting that huge buff. Rusty can't kill anything. Rusty's only shooting for 12. Rusty literally can't kill anything.
Sealed one-eyed to kill it.
Oh my gosh! Go down to
56.
Go down to 5,000.
Maybe that's 62.
48 life, I think. That we have life totals wrong according to them. So he's down to 6. Block with the Rusty, and we shoot it with Darkness Moonshine to kill it and end the game.
That's a...
Well, okay. We're just letting that happen.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to do much. He just keeps swinging and it's over.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't really... He, make John have to
Like,
do something, right?
I think you shoot the drain.
Oh, no. John's
that's
just scooping it up.
That's it.
Oh, my goodness. That was ridiculous. That was crazy.
Remember, he gained the
You
Duet
are-
of Light.
You are muted. I'm muting you for just a second to let
Sure.
them know. That token generation to outpace Rocket Dive was gross. That was genuinely gross. And not seeing Iga in opener for John absolutely made that possible. Like, John having to commit to stuff during main phase was real rough. Right? Because we've seen Hyde play before, and if Hyde can play on your opponent's turn, you get to generate a lot of good value, but, just did not see that in this game. No Igas anywhere.
Okay.
Say
Not
more
bad.
about that okay.
Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
Go more. Tell me more. What are your thoughts about after seeing that game?
Not bad.
Okay, great. Super helpful. I mean, what does Hyde side into here? I don't really know if Hyde would just casually have the... You know what? There is a good card, which would be the Spider's Web or whatever. Web. Entangling Web. This would be very, very good. Although it's probably always going to cost us 2 because we're not producing will from a non-will source. This is pretty good in the mirror now that I think about it. When they make will off of Iga.
Yeah.
That's... I mean, you might hard cast this.
I think at this point,
That Institute resolving was so gross. Sorry.
I think what you for those of you who cannot see, Jeremy is doubled over. He is practically on the floor. He's gone.
Just fizzled out of existence. But not that was not Mika cuteness. That was just Mika. That was Mika's engine just telling Hyde to
Yeah.
sit down.
I think the Killua spell here is really good. because it pops the token generator card. It also stops the Cecilia from getting card draw. And then I think what you do is you I think you look
whoopsies.
for that. Oh my gosh.
I don't know how that happened. Fixing it.
We're fixing it. We're back.
Clicked the wrong button, and my other room wanted me to suddenly take over my audio. Apologies, guys. Go ahead and say what you're saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the Killua spell here is really strong. It pops the addition that generates you tokens. It also stops the institute, which is really important. It also can stop your Cecilias coming in from drawing you cards and getting swiftness. The card has value here. I also think that because Nathan is not playing any sort of like, I'm not really seeing a lot of interaction outside of Sealed One-Eyed Dragon and Darkness Moonchild.
It feels like we have seen so little of Nathan's deck, though. It feels like we did not see, like,
Yeah.
it feels like we just got to see, like, the Mika core in action, but, like, Nathan had, like, 6 cards in hand at the end there, right?
Yeah.
No Raging Messiahs. We didn't see any of his forms of, like, interaction to mess with stuff. Like, we just saw him resolving Mika things.
Well, if I like reconstruct the deck in my head,
Right.
right? I'm like, you're playing 2 to 3 Institute, you're playing 3 to 4 Beginning of a Fairy Tale, you're playing 4 Cecilia. So it's like we're getting close to like midway of the deck. He might be playing Lorites.
John choosing to go on the play here? That seems so aggressive.
I think that's the way you do it, though. I think that's the way you beat it.
Tell me more.
So I think what you do here is you work to quickly get your engine online, and then you are just able to sort of get around the tokens. In the sense of like, okay, I've established my board state, so you cannot take advantage of the fact that I don't have interaction for you, but you don't have any interaction for me. So if I set up my sandcastle, you can't knock me down, right?
Sure, that makes sense.
I think that's what John's thinking here, or at least that's what I would be thinking.
The thing to me that kind of goes to why I might consider is the fact that I will get 2 turns before Nathan gets to start using the Cathedral. Because the Cathedral comes into play tapped, and Nathan skips his first recovery phase. So John will get 2 turns before Nathan can start using that addition.
Yeah, that's also like Nathan wants to be going first to capitalize on his aggro. But it's an aggro deck, so you just set up your stuff and the aggro deck doesn't work. I think that's the way you.
It's very true.
I think that's the way you play.
I still think that making him burn both of those Rusties at the beginning to deal with 1 Resonator was still really, really good.
Yeah, there was probably some lag on John's side. If he's using 2 Rusties, that feels pretty bad.
We got to see if we see an Ega this hand. I didn't see John mulligan too much, so I imagine we might see an Ega. There probably feels like there's probably an Ega in this hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he kept as much as he did. Doing Black Child,
So, Cat
doing
is here.
X Black Cat's God's Art here.
Yeah, Roderick. If Institute sticks, it's over.
Pass.
It's so true.
Okay.
So I'm like, if I get my castle set up, I can stop your castle from forming.
4C1. Wow, this is okay. These first couple turns will determine, like, again, I want to say
Ooh, okay.
Tea Party. No
Spur.
Ega still. Still no Ega. This
Doing
is
Tea Party.
one thing to note here on the chat. Ega, the text on screen here for Ega is incorrect. You can use the will from Ega to play any card from your EX area. There was an errata to clarify the language to match the English printed text as is. You can use the will from Ega for literally anything if it's in your EX area. Still no Ega. We kept that hand and didn't see Ega. I'm so confused. Man's got triple Ega in hand. No big deal. Just 3. Go.
It's like I got all these castles, but nothing to play off of them. I think we see Inquisitor here or Flighter.
Just passing turn after Call
That
Stone.
feels real bad.
Phantasmal Ascendant. We're just seeing the same opening line. So here's a question, Paul.
Yeah, what's up?
This is 3 matches in a row where left side deck has just not been playing the cards we expect to see, and right side deck has. Is it stream curse? Have we cursed our players?
I think you've cursed our
I've
players.
cursed our
You
players.
literally control the
I'm
mouse.
sorry.
I am not.
I'm sorry. Well, Discord cursed our players by telling Nathan that
Yeah.
he was going to be positioned where he is.
It can't possibly be us. We're not the problem here.
Yeah,
It's
clearly
definitely,
not.
It's definitely Discord.
Definitely Discord.
That evil company.
Did we see? How did we make it? Was it with Inquisitor? Did we? Yeah, Inquisitor drew us another card. We made another token.
On Nathan is playing Institute, so he's automatically blessed.
Recovery is good. We're moving in. We have a card face down. What is it? What is
Nathan
the card?
has a castle.
He has Castle Live. We've got 4
Um,
will available. We've got 3 unique stones. Institute gonna be swinging like a truck. We're gonna lose the Ataroctius Memoria at the end of this turn.
I definitely think if he's playing Inquisitor,
Yeah, he
he
gave
has
him a
Cecilia in
he
hand.
used.
So
Yeah, he used Inquisitor, so I imagine this is Cecilia coming in using the Temp Stone. Yeah, that's the correct line here. So that we don't. I was thinking maybe about a separate line here. I think you use the Temp Stone. Do we want the whites? What did we can filter
playing,
into?
doing red for Cecilia.
It's okay. Here comes Cecilia,
Pop in the token, draw 2, discard 1.
able to make another token. We have another token to be able to like 5 cards left in hand. Okay, we're light childing, so we can't get absolutely clapped right now. Are we gonna lorite the light child? Oh no, light child was off.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't know if he's running Lorite.
I don't know. He can run lorite. He can also filter to
He
it.
can run Lorite. I don't know if he is though.
That's true.
I can
That's
kind
true.
of see the idea with Nathan's deck is I can just make tokens on your turn, so there's no reason for me to run Lorite.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So I'm like, okay. I mean, I can kind of see that argument.
She is now a 6/6 with that can swing. So we are now currently representing 14 damage on board. Her stat line is currently 6/6 because she is a 4/4 and one thing has died. Yes. Double checking exactly what the stat line is on Cecilia. Paying 1 to put a card. Is it double rusty again? Is it just double rusty
So
again?
we're doing Moon to set something. I think this makes sense though because
I think you banish the human token. We're going to try to gain 400 life and make Cecilia an 8/8. Or 200? 400. Because it was a 4/4 human. So he should gain 400 life.
I think you set another card.
Ah. Feel free to make a judge call. Let us know. We'll pause timer. Okay. The question in face was, does Rusty check stat at resolution? And it does check the amount of damage at resolution. So in response to banishing for another token, we're actually going to be paying 1 to put another card face down. This still feels pretty good for Nathan. So we're going to shoot the Cecilia. Unless we have a way to reveal. Do we have more token generation that doesn't care about the Light Child? Make another token. We're currently a 6/6. We'd have to be banishing 2 more tokens.
Here you go. So we're gonna sack the token again.
So we're going to be gaining 800 life.
Second
And
Rusty's Fox.
another second Rusty's Fox. We're just killing this. We're killing D'Amica.
So it's dying. It's
Yes,
It's for
but
sure
like
dying.
again, this still feels fine.
Yeah.
Like
For Nathan, it's proven to be totally okay.
making him burn that spot removal to kill a single thing while still gaining life. This is why I wish we had used the will from the temp stone instead of the.
Yeah, a little suboptimal there. I'm also noticing some shaking. So
Yeah. But I'm finally going to see Rusty. But at this point in time, we're going to see Tea Party.
okay, we're gonna recover.
We're up to 3 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand. Does not have Quick Cast. Glowing Spider does not currently have Quick Cast. I
So
always
we're gonna
forget that
draw-
Tea Party gives you white cards, so that's a good way to avoid getting the Ega is having Tea Party
He's
with
having Tea Party.
Glow Spider.
Pseudo
yeah.
ego. So
Yeah.
we're up to 7 cards. We have an 8/8 on the field with the 4/4 token.
This is the kind of turn that John wanted. That Tea Party is
Yeah.
very good. This is a good responding to, and also you gave Nathan gave John a resonator. So hey,
John either builds his sandcastle now, or I don't know how he gets back tempo.
I mean Nathan builds the same or
No,
sorry,
I'm saying like John makes his sandcastle now.
right,
right.
yeah.
And says to Nathan, knock it down. If you can't knock it down, I win.
Yeah,
But like
Nathan
this is the most pivotal turn for
Nathan
John.
currently sitting on 2 will plus Darkness Moonchild, right? So it certainly has a lot of resources to be able to mess with stuff. Filtering for white during main phase. Ninjutsu Meditation. So we're going to play these Rusties for sure off of the Ninjutsu Meditation. That's so good. Using
That's
Light
the way to do it.
Child. So if we don't have a response to the Light Child, that Ninjutsu Meditation is just wasted. Oh, resolves. Oof, rough. The will doesn't super matter here. Ugh. Why did we not cast the Rusties in response? Maybe just to not tap out?
6. He's swinging 6.
6 at this point.
No, it's a
4/4 plus 2. Yeah, no, it's 8.
It-
It's taking 8.
it's 8.
Go down to 4,000. Yep. Oof. Flighter.
It's a decent poke.
Flighter would be really good here. Or a Phantasmal into a Flighter would be really good here.
Yeah, Nathan's
Rogue
got.
Spectator is going to get cast here.
Like I said, that was John's turn.
Yeah.
This is gonna.
Okay, we've got the Rogue. Okay. But its base stats are 4/4.
And it does not have flying.
Do we have Straggler in this deck? Ab.
Okay, so you don't get stuff this turn. But the deck is full of like activate effects.
I think, yeah, you're okay with that, right? Yeah, it's not under contract. It taps out.
This might mean that John gets an additional turn to try and set things up.
Yeah. We really need to, like, I'm truly, the name of the game in this match has certainly been Where's the Ego, right? That's been very curious to me. So I
Wait,
wonder if
does
he's not
Nathan
playing this.
not have 3 stones?
He does.
He does
He-
now.
he was going second, and this is turn 3. So
Okay. Then we're on
yeah, we're on curve.
curve.
Yep.
Okay.
Just shipping it. He's at 4 will, plenty of activate abilities, and we're still no.
This hide is totally disrupted right now.
It's certainly not like
It's very wobbly.
it's certainly not establishing itself in terms of feeling in control, right? It feels certainly a lot more reactive, but it's the glowing spider is certainly helpful in that we're swinging with an 8/8, right? But like Nathan has blockers for days and has more token generation to block for days, right?
Yeah.
Not being able to have an Egas. Putting a card face down. So that is very clearly Rocket Dive. Ninjutsu Meditation. I would honestly, if we have Angelic Battle Barrier here, that'd be clutch. Just do it to him again.
Yeah, certainly would be the case.
Ooh, this feels like. This is don't cheat. This is our first don't cheat of the match. This
It's not a
tournament.
don't cheat.
We're paying for Will.
Maybe not.
Go down to 38. Okay, we're awakening.
Beginning of a fairy tale.
Beginning of a fairy tale here. Okay. Don't cheat or Angelic Battle Barrier are both really good here.
If Nathan had those in hand, I would imagine he would be displaying a lot more confident body language.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this certainly doesn't feel like it's the hand. We have the triple white floating and we draw a card.
Okay, so we have.
Are we
3
saving?
white.
We might be saving the don't cheat for if he tries to go for Rocket Dive, which makes a lot of sense to me. Play the fox. It's fine.
Draw and tuck. Or draw and set, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay. What do we got going on? Cast the other fox.
Draw and set.
What are we setting down? Still haven't seen Rocket Dive either. Ega
might
and Rocket Dive
now-
both be missing.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
truly going in. But the problem at this point in time, he only has one card in the face down, right? So it's like, it doesn't get him as much value. 3 white again.
3 white and draw.
Like we're doing a lot. Like we're taking a lot of actions, but we're not advancing board state.
Yeah,
2
we're
white and-
cycling a lot
Yeah.
here. So I'm like, what is John looking for? Did he just like
He's
he
looking for
didn't
ego.
mulligan?
He's looking for Ega. Or sorry, he's looking for Rocket Dive. We got 2 white, 1 black floating, so we clearly have the will for Rocket Dive at this point in time. Don't cheat is I gotta imagine that don't cheat is in that hand. Rocket Dive.
Rocket dive on the set. Okay.
Don't cheat. So many cards. Persephone. Ooh, Memory of Worlds will also
Yeah.
help here.
I don't think he's playing Don't Cheat.
I think he is. I think he's baiting out I think he's baiting out a Gary in here. There's Gary. No!
Yeah.
No, don't cheats. Oh my gosh. Why is no one playing this card? Why is no one playing don't cheat against this? This man's about to draw so many cards, put 5 cards face down. That's the game at this point. Although I will say, John still has to kill him. That is something to note. Is that John does actually have to kill him, and
if
he will
John
and he'll
pulled
be-
ahead, it's not by much.
because of the fact that Nathan won game 1 and there's 16 minutes left on the clock. And the fact that Nathan has life gain, not nothing. And we've already burned through 2 Rusties, right?
Yeah, 2 foxes.
So our spot removal options are significantly smaller. And we're going to have not very much will and Nathan can just kind of do what he wants during his turn, right? Yeah, I think he's playing them. I agree. He was talking about his don't cheats arriving this week. Yeah, I remember him talking in the Discord server about it.
I did not
Just
hear this.
did not see them. So Pink Spider gets to swing in for... We do have Darkness Moonchild to shoot this this spider, right? We take the 4 from the human token and we let Darkness Moonchild enter the pink spider so we can keep our board. No, it's 12. Swinging in for 12. Oh yeah, 14. Third Rusty's Fox. This is fine. Now we Darkness Moonchild. He's taking the damage. Is Nathan playing Inferno?
This is my favorite part of the stream.
Is
Where,
watching
all
Jeremy
of
try to
Jeremy's
speculate?
hopes just ooze out of his pores.
Just trying to speculate
It's
what
like,
are the
I
lines?
need Inferno to be in this deck.
What is the lines? Yeah, for sure. That's our third Fox. We're going to make some more tokens. And we're not making a token on Nathan's turn. We're not making a token on John's turn with the addition. If he's playing Steward, he could still win here, save the Moonchild for the block. You're not wrong. He doesn't have very much life, though, but maybe just having a little bit of burning the life and then having a little bit of life and then losing a pink spider, which makes sense because we don't have Egas. We need a bunch of tokens, though, to be able to swing in. Okay. We've got...
Oh, the beginning.
Beginning of a Fairy Tale.
Yep.
Institute Sprinting Steward? Is that the line?
It is kind of amazing to me how much Sprinting Steward is still seeing play.
Not making the human token on each side of the field at this point. It did not tap that stone. You tapped the middle stone. Okay.
They have agreed on his 18.
I'm not going to worry about life totals. I'm going to let them handle it. They told us 18. We're going to
They have agreed on 18.
This is how we don't get involved. But you get to watch Jeremy freak out. We're at 4 unique sounds. My boy institutes +8. How many cards? He has so many cards in his hand, and one of them wasn't Don't Cheat?
That's how many Don't Cheat he bought. We only know he did not buy just one. Institute's
Oh, my
here.
our food's here. 1 second.
Yeah. I'm commentating because Jeremy has to go upstairs and get the pizza. resolution noises here from John. Is there a way that he can stop the Institute? Does he himself have a memory of worlds face down?
That's an institute.
It resolves, and we're getting the enter.
Four uniques. Those are all +8, +8.
Ooh.
Huh. Okay. So at this point, it has to be Sprinting Steward, right? This also helps, because we're about to be able to gain a bunch of life back, too. The problem is, Echo, he can swing with something and then banish it and gain the life, and then swing with something and then banish it and gain the life. So paying life into Sprinting Steward's not a huge deal. Are we going to one-shot with the Cecilia? If we have a Sprinting Steward, that's what we're doing. 100%. What are we doing?
Steven officially hates Aristella.
Both of us are a token. Have a human token. If there's a Sprinting Steward in this hand, I think we're killing him this turn. Okay.
That'll also do it.
Well, we still need them to be fast, is the problem. All three modes. So we're going to gain 2,000 life, reanimate something, and draw a card. And put 4+1/+1 counters on everything. What are we reanimating? Nathan,
Inquisitor.
what is your target for the reanimate? Thank you. He's targeting a second Cecilia from the graveyard
Oh, okay.
with Duet of Light.
I think that works. Memory.
Okay. Okay. We just need a Sprinting. We have one wheel available for a Sprinting. It's 14 or 12. It's 12. Four things that can attack.
4 bodies that can attack. Kunai.
Ooh, Kunai throw to tap down the Cecilia is pretty good. Because it doesn't matter. So we're gonna crack
the Dream Bane.
Crack in for 12. Go down to 28. The problem is all these tokens can banish to gain him a crap ton of life. $12 more with this. Token ties triggers Cecilia for some reason. Swing for 10. Go to 18.
Interesting.
Okay. Sprinting. Sprinting.
Nathan Inferno's right now to target life, nothing will happen.
It's true. He also doesn't have he also doesn't have the will for it, but yes, it's true.
It's true, he does not have the will for it.
No Sprinting Steward. Okay. There's the Iga.
Here's
Finally,
Iga.
Iga comes into play.
Iga is
I
here.
mean, he drew so many cards. He was going to find Iga eventually, right?
Yeah. Lumia to regain
to
the life.
regain all the life back. Hey, there we go. Cancel the Lumia, enter. That saves. That's very helpful.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Because now that life is just gone. So keep in mind, right now, we have a 4/4 token that's a 12/12, and we have 3 tokens that are 10/10s. Currently, Nathan's life total is 6 grand. Just keep that in mind. Currently, life total for Nathan is 6 grand. Gotta get those snackage. Gotta get some snackage. And snack break, let's put snack up on screen. Hold on.
Cracker
Hold
resolve.
on. Dinner time.
Dinner time.
Having a cracker. We're going for the witch train here. Currently represented on board is 15, 17, 29, 31, 41? Not lethal. So he's down to 3. Yep. 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 Ooh, this is a mistake. I mean we could just keep playing dudes, right? But we also could just like block. They all have flying, so it doesn't matter. Ugh. So it's 300 trying to gain 1,000.
All right, the trigger.
Gain another 1,000. Go up to 13. I think you still have lethal here. I think there's enough pressure here because currently represented still on board. The witches are 15. What's another 7? So we're having 22 damage represented with the ability to gain 22 back. Those are 2/2 tokens, Echo. They're not 4/4s. The face down tokens are 2/2s. Go down to 8. 8 to 18. Go back down to 3. He's not gaining 12. He gains 10. Those are 2/2 tokens,
Those
guys.
are fairy tale tokens.
Those are the fairy tales tokens. Down to 1. To draw. You just banish the tokens and to gain 12. $23. And currently represented on board is 16 damage. With 4, 8, 12, 15, 16 damage on board, he will be at 17 life, or 23 life. No more ways to generate any more tokens.
I think
He's
that's
currently
the way to
tapped out.
Then just kill all his creatures.
Well, I mean, if he has anything that has swiftness, like he just needs another creature.
This Cecilia doesn't get triggers.
Yeah, Bushy's tapped, so it doesn't matter.
Was that, he can't sacrifice creatures into
Cool.
Cecilia.
He
and have
contracts,
them-
Rocket Dive, and then Pink Spider links in. That's enough for lethal. We just needed one more body.
So we're 1-1.
Nathan needs to take the play and go in fast.
Yeah.
Pink Spider
Pink Spider
gains
gains swiftness because of Pumpkin Witch.
Yeah, Pumpkin Witch. Oh, it's Resonators. Pumpkin Witch is just Resonators.
You're right.
It's true. That's true. I mean, he would draw a bunch. So the likelihood is probably that he would draw into something like a Pink Spider, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty likely. Or, you know, being able to do Whistling Summoning to buy back the Pink Spider or whatever. Again, a Force of Will player can concede a game at for any reason at any time. So Nathan accepted game loss. Accepted the game. It's not necessarily the Pumpkin is an enter. Pumpkin is a cloud effect. It's the Pumpkin only affects Resonators. That's what matters. Nathan's choosing to go second. Okay. Okay, guys, that is time on round, so just hold for just 1 second. Because technically you haven't started game 3 yet because you haven't done mulligans, so I just want to verify something real quick. Wonder what his favorite sandwich was being with that. Jeez Louise. Okay, so just so you guys know what happened there as we go into round 3. So time was called as players were shuffling up and presenting for game 3. And so technically you can have draws in these first 3 rounds of Swiss. And so what happens is because neither player had drawn cards to start game 3 when time was called, the match is ruled a draw. They do not get to start game 3 because any round 1 through 4 that isn't sudden death does not force a tiebreaker in like a sudden death game 3 scenario. So unfortunately, we don't get to see someone try to mad rush to game 3 here to maybe see if it pop out. So that match is going to be a draw, but we just thought we'd let you know. So yeah, there's that. We've still got quite a few tables playing, 5 tables playing. So with that, let's do some spoilers. Paul, you ready? Let's go. Here's our first one as we go into round 4. Let me fix this real quick so we know that we're going into round 4 next. Score one.
Gears.
Paul, do you want a blue card, a green card, or
Blue
or
card.
the crazy card?
It's the blue card.
Blue card.
Blue card.
Okay. Here we go. Blue card. Coming right up.
Blue card.
This is Lasting Spirits of the Crimson Moon, 1 blue spirit, 2/5. On enter, rest target non-magic stone entity your opponent controls. It doesn't recover as long as this card is in the field. This card gains all abilities and keywords of the chosen target until the end of the game. This can target a resonator. This can target a ruler. Or a J ruler. This can target an addition. This can target a regalia. You just have those things now.
Blue cards are good. Blue cards are good.
I figured you'd like this card.
Yes.
This is a very cool card. I really like this card a lot. It's immediately getting slammed in the cube as well. I think this
Into
card
Olivia.
It's a spirit. It's a spirit.
It is a spirit.
That's very relevant.
We have spirit support from Magic Stone War.
It also is the fact that you can play this off of Spirit Ring. This is a Falchion card also. Falchion could just be like, Spirit Ring, play this. This card is very, very cool. I like this card a lot. I think it's very, very cool. Doesn't gain the stats, just gains the abilities. Keep that in mind. It's not a perfect copy. Doesn't change names, doesn't change races. It just like only steals the thing's abilities. So a stun that actually does other things, yeah. So unban mindless so I can play mindless Moonshard Spirits. Stop.
I also appreciate that instead of texting me, my wife gets on the stream and tells me to bring home Qdoba.
Yeah, for sure. Rest and Institute, you say. Correct. Rest and Institute. Do it. Rest and Never End. Keep that in mind. This is Never End at home. If your opponent has Never End, you're like, nice Never End. Then go copy it.
It's mine now.
It's mine now. Okay, next up, we're going to do green card. This is Recalling Wind. 1 green, 2
pretty.
colorless. Quick cast, putting all non-magic stone cards that were put into your graveyard from the field this turn from your graveyard into your hand. I don't know why this card exists. There's no mastery for it. There's no way to make it cheaper. This feels like...
But Lycion.
This feels like the same kind of... This feels like when we got spoiled Dark Sprout last set, where we were like shown a card and we were like, I don't know how this card works. I need to see other cards. This is that card. I truly don't understand how this card functions without seeing the other card. I'll take that Never End. Thank you. Yes, very true. Table
Yoink.
4, 6, 8, 7. 7 looks like it's done. 15. Okay, so still got some turns. So this one's kind of okay. But here's the card that everyone is going to freak out about. You guys ready?
But you already showed us the blue card.
Nope. It's this one. This is Rumsfeld, member of the 12 Sacred Knights. 1 white, non-quick cast, 2/2 Moo Tribe, 12 Sacred Knights. This card gains +2/+2 for each J/ruler your opponent controls. J/rulers your opponent controls lose all abilities. Pay 1 white J/resonators you control gain Eternal and Barrier until end of turn. And chat go nuts.
Okay, but where's it?
Oh, that's true. It's a good card for Missile Pods. That's true. That's a good card. Yeah, no, makes that sense. That's fair.
But where's her nose?
She's a Moo. Moos don't really have noses.
They don't?
She's also riding Warhorse, which is fun.
Is that Warhorse?
That very much is Warhorse. Warhorse is like, I've come back from the banned land to bring you this card.
Just a tool for another card's victory.
It's a blank and an Awakening of 0. Yeah.
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 One thing to note is that this will prevent you from being able to perform Judgment or Order. But also, for those rulers, it will probably just be a 4/4. So, like, infinitely easier to remove if it's slammed early. Tri-rulers who are trying to bank on something like Sealed One-Eyed Dragon or Darkness Moonchild as their spot removal will cry when this card hits the field, as well as decks that are trying to play super greedy stone bases. Because this also will mean that your J-rulers don't have enter effects. They'll just be dudes.
Where is OG Rumsfeld?
It looks like Warhorse is going onto the ban list twice. I don't think this card is going to get banned.
Yeah, this card is good, but it's not ban-worthy. By no means.
Where's the OG Rumsfeld? The nameless Mumu tribeswoman once served as a member of the 12 Sacred Knights. As a squire, when he became terminally ill, he bestowed his name, title, and weapons upon her, making her his successor. Yeah, OG Rumsfeld dead. Terminally ill. This card is very good. They were just like, hey, Jeremy, do you want to spoil a card that's on par as a Floodgate from Witch of the Fallen Kingdom on your stream? This card is very good. I like this card a lot. Singleton rulers, Garion's definitely going back in main decks for sure. Absolutely. This doesn't stop mastery. It doesn't stop order or contracting. But again, like, Tri-ruler decks are going to have to build safer. They're going to have to build safer stone bases, and they're going to actually have to start maining good spot removal to be able to answer this card. Because Sealed One-Eyed Dragon can't kill this. Darkness Moonchild can't kill this. People wanted something to punish multi-ruler decks. Here you go. The One-Eyed Dragon is Electra, as far as we know. Brennan. Super Law can get quick cast with Tea Party. You can also use Keep the Faith to reanimate it. It's one of those things where, like, slamming it early is probably always good against a Tri-ruler. Slamming it early against a Singleton or a Tag ruler feels significantly less good, right? Because a Tag ruler, this is a 6/6, so they could use Sealed One-Eyed against it and probably are playing good spot removal. A Singleton ruler, this is a 4/4, so infinitely easier to kill.
Falling through the
cracks of time, for sure, also. I will also say this. Here's the other thing to note about this card. This card gives every deck in the environment that can splash into white the ability to answer Ainz and the ability to answer Darktree. Darktree is no longer a deck. You put that card in the trash. You cannot play Darktree. This card is printed. Like, not that people have been playing Darktree very much, but there's always been that conversation of like, man, Darktree is really annoying and some decks just can't answer it. Ta-da! You literally can't play Darktree anymore. This is also just like every deck is going to enjoy being able to play this against Ainz. Because you just like steal all of the abilities that Ainz has and he can't reveal anything else. So keep that in mind. So yeah, they let me spoil this card. And I'm very ready for the world all of my chats to explode. I think this card's very good. I think this card is very good. It will, much like Witch of the Fallen Kingdom did, which he first came into the meta, it is absolutely going to affect deck building. It existing impacts deck building, which is totally fine. Because, again, against a Singleton ruler or a Tag ruler, this is honestly just the best part about it is the ability to give everything Eternal and Barrier, but we do have cards that can just mess with that, so suddenly, like, the Flames of the Hellfire of the Demonic World suddenly becomes side deck playable, stuff like that. Like, you have to actually play good spot removal again. You can't just, like, bank on Sealed One-Eyed Dragon and Darkness Moonchild as a Tri-ruler, because sometimes you just won't get it. So just keep that in mind. Also, for those of you who are wondering what this does to Hyde, Hyde will make you sack it to Rocket Dive. Hyde can't play anything from the EX area when this card is in the field.
Hyde can't put anything in the EX
Correct.
area.
You can't put anything into the EX area when this card is in the field, let alone cast it. So you'll be casting them from hand. So, there you go. Ta-da!
Card good.
Card is good.
Does this signal that we might be heading back into an era of like singleton rulers?
I think
with
so.
Powerful effects.
I think so. I think next cluster is supposedly going to be going back into Judgment,
Please.
which is singleton rulers. Which again, for those rulers are always going to be like saying this isn't going to be a big problem. I don't think so. I think it's a good card to have in the environment. Like I think it's very
It's
nice.
a healthy card.
People
It's
have
an
been
answer.
asking for. Just got to respect the fact that it exists. Yes, absolutely. I think this card is great. I'm actually really glad to see it. It is a very clearly written as an anti. It's a good answer to order, Alice. Yeah, for sure. So here's my point. This card is a very good answer to problematic singleton rulers and tri-rulers. That is what this card was designed to be. It's like very, very good for really annoying, problematic singleton rulers and the tri-rulers. Just so they take up less space on your mat. Yeah, that's fair. But no, I really like this card a lot. I think this card is very well designed. I'm excited to see it. But also, how hype was it that we were able to print it? Like, that we were able to spoil it? Like, this was huge. I got sent this one and told I could talk about it today, and I was like, my
Jeremy,
brain.
you can't tell them that we're secretly I Spy.
I'm not I Spy. Not I Spy. No. We're going to go on a quick break so we can get food as we get into going to round 4. It's going to maybe take us a little bit to figure out round 4 because round 4 is the round where a bunch of people draw because of like placing and stuff. But we will find you a match for round 4. But we'll be back in a little bit. We're going to have some dinner. So, yeah, there you go. Bye. Bye. Judge call is not in progress anymore. Gotta fix that so that my automatic thing is working here again. On the left, we have Chris Felty on Killua. Oh, Chris, can you go ahead and reveal rulers for us? Okay. Okay. This is not Killua control, as I was anticipating. This is Killua. It seems like it might be Killua aggro. Currently,
Me Killua, me hit you with stick, you die.
currently, Chris Felty is 7 points after 3 rounds, so he is X01. Rustin is 6 points after 3 rounds, so he is X1. So both of these players still very much in contention, although Rustin does have to win out at this point. An X2 will not top 8 in this tournament. So we'll have to see exactly how this goes. I'm very curious to see what happens. So let's go ahead and get these guys started. What are your thoughts? Oh, Rustin hard keeping. This could be our potentially fastest round, so we can spend all of our time in between round 4 and round 5 talking about the new Moo Moo card.
Remind me Rustin's record right now. Is he 2-1?
He's 2-1.
He's 2-1. Being 2-1 in a 5-round match, a 5-round day, being 2-1 is pretty dang good.
Yeah, he does have to win out at this point in time. Another
Yeah.
loss will prevent Rustin from being able to the top 8 here. So, and he's probably playing Inferno combo because it's Rustin. So imagine that will be coming down. So no Light Child from Chris is pretty rough against the Inferno combo because neither of those Moon Children that Chris is using, nor the Predator contract from Mastery will help against Inferno combo.
Yeah. You have to get under Vega. How do?
Well, certainly seems like Chris is playing aggro Killua. That's a Spirit Stone, okay?
Wow.
Because the reason
Blast
why I
from the
think that we're
past.
playing aggro Killua is because we're playing Red Child and the Crimson Moon Child.
Yes.
So like untap and kind of go in aggressively, right? Typically in the control Killua, we see Light Child and Darkness Child for additional spot removal to control the board more.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. I also don't know if it's possible to get under Vega knowing the Vega line. Because as far as I know, when I was playing the deck, you can combo out as early as turn 2.
We're going in. Sprinting Steward paying for how much? He's going down to 1,000 life here.
That is very greedy.
Not going lower is very interesting. That's all we're doing. We're just paying our life down low. Are we waiting to see if Chris taps out to then do something with a quick cast Inferno? Because he could do Light Child, which can still give Inferno quick cast. That's the important thing, because Fallen doesn't care
Yes.
what kind of God Art you're resolving. So, right, as long as he resolves the Light Child God's Art, he gets the Fallen text, which is only going to still hit one mode because he doesn't control a stemma, but it will still let him set Chris's life down to 4,000. Phantasmal Ascendant. Light Child in response to this Phantasmal Ascendant might just be the game. Yep. Rustin's going to kill him this turn. Double sealed one-eyed in hand? No, he doesn't have the will for it. He doesn't have the life total for it. How are we killing him? Welcome to Jeremy trying to figure out what's going on.
It's a good day when Jeremy has so much energy for both of us that I can just sit back and be like, I wonder what they're thinking psychologically. And
So before the Phantasmal's resolved. So that'll do it. We just killed him. It's fine. So Inferno resolves, setting their life to 400 after he's paid the 600 for Sealed One-Eyed, and then Sealed One-Eyed will successfully do its 400 damage, and you will get shot in the face with the Sealed One-Eyed. Cool. Next game. This is why I enjoy Control Killua, because that might not have happened.
Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. Lorite could have worked there. That is true.
Yeah.
Lorite could have worked to stop the Sealed One-Eyed shot. The problem was that's why he did the Sealed One-Eyed, or he did the Light Child God's Art. Yeah, because he'd already cast Phantasmal Ascendant. That was the biggest problem. It was like pre-committing to it. So what should have happened, the line that should have happened there would have been, you could have, but also Rustin is well protected because he's using Child of the Wind, the Child of the Wind Moon. To be able to stop the Predator contract, to turn you use the Predator contract to turn off Light Child God's Art.
Just look up. Just
Dang it,
the
Rustin,
table
stop.
At this point, is Rustin just the sprinting steward? Like, just remove Viga's face
Maybe.
and just like put his face on Viga?
Maybe.
Like,
That seems unnecessary for Rustin to side into Child of the Crimson Moon. And the reason why is because Chris can use Predator Contract to turn off Light Child. Keep that in mind. Shame he had a wall, couldn't do it back. Yeah, that's why Rustin plays the wall. There is a world where he could have, like, in response to the Inferno, but you can't target. You have no target. So a Killua spell would have been good there to pop the wall and Sealed One-Eyed him back. Like, that's an option too. Like, there are play lines that punish Rustin being that greedy, right?
oh yeah.
And Chris had will to be able to do it, right? Absolutely could do that. But just didn't have it.
So we're going into Darkness, Moonchild here on
I
Chris's side.
Yeah.
Seems like he's signaling, I'm going to try and protect my plays more, but also I don't need Red Moonchild because you're not playing anything green that I care about, right? So I'll just switch into something that might provide a little bit more field control. Nothing wrong with that.
Rustin doing a hard 5 mulligan said, look, you had this great hand game 1. You got to work for it game 2. Blind.
This is fine.
No, the true karma would be if Rustin disconnects in game 2, which we don't wish that on. Here we go. Is that a cat's eye moon? Cat's moon fragment? That's very interesting. Okay. Let's see. What is so like? I'm very curious. Yeah, that's the biggest question. Is like you said, is how do you get under Olga, or how do you get under Vega if you're playing the aggro Killua build?
Yeah. Especially when you're only allowed to play one card, right? Because at any time, Rustin can just say, Light Moonchild, you can't aggro me this turn. Thanks. I aggro you in response. Like, that's all he needs to do.
Tea party from Rustin.
We are tea partying.
Interesting.
The tea's poison.
Let's see. We have here 3 will potential available for Rustin. Does he have Sealed One Eye? Or does he have Sprinting Steward? Okay. We're after the 4C trigger. Yes, clearly we have Sprinting Steward. We're doing Samsung. He's going for it again. Going down to 3 grands. We're playing the feud. I would use... no, I don't think you use Predator Contract quite yet. Because then you just walk into the Light Child. This will be a very fast round 4, potentially. Not like this. Not like this. Combo decks are still good in FOW. It's a thing.
Turns out.
You pay his cost. It's the craziest part, is that Rustin just wants to pay 1,000 life.
The card is cracked.
We just hold up for any kind of Inferno interaction, right?
I mean, yeah. The thing is, Inferno is one of the safest cards to play in the metagame because it's a 2-drop with no quick cast. So it's... just a bunch of thinking noises at the table.
Yeah.
I think Rustin is like contemplating here about like what do I exactly do? Because I don't want to walk into a cancel. We're going into Chris's main phase. We got a Spirit Stone.
Damascus Moon to turn off the wall.
Certainly,
Helpful.
certainly a play.
It turns off the barrier of wall. This is why this is relevant. So now if Rustin gets too greedy, double sealed one-eyed, or his doing that same kind of like sealed one-eyed play that he did before.
That's no moon.
So that is his. Oh. Lorite, the child of the light moon, would be huge here. There we go. Oof, Rustin just having the hard mill.
So
Do we
Chris
have
doesn't
an
get to
angelic
play.
battle barrier on Kilowa's side?
I think this might be okay.
No, I think he's dead here.
Well, I mean, he's already tapped out, so I think he's dead anyway.
He's got coin.
Does he still have coin?
He has coin. He has the.
Chris has coin.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Kiki.
That's the Kiki coin
the
from
Kiki coin.
Fowfest.
Okay, he does have coin.
He does have coin available. The problem is this angelic battle barrier. Rough. This man hard mulled 5 and saw this. We're going to draw another
Crack
card.
Spirit's on the draw.
Does he have his own angelic? Did he top deck his own angelic?
That would be.
That'd be really good here. Surprisingly. The problem is this is during his main phase. But we need this Damascus Moon to resolve. That's the biggest piece here.
Yeah, which it will.
Yeah, but Rustin's going to try to kill him before that Damascus Moon resolves. Excuse me. Let's see. This is what sucks. Battle barrier resolves. Now he cannot cast anything else this turn. Target. Yep. Unless Rustin doesn't have it. I mean, if Rustin doesn't have it right now, that would be huge. Does not have it. Does have Tea Party. Oh, forgot about the Tea Party. So we got a filtered to green Tea Party. Why? The Light Child. Oh, he wants to resolve having barrier. Because light. Wow, we're
Right.
banking.
So Damascus Moon will remove barrier, but then the Light Moon Child will
We'll
give
give
him
him
barrier.
barrier because because he won't be getting barrier from the wall anymore. He'll be having barrier from the Light Moon Child.
Also, Memorial, all right. How much are those?
Has the line.
So what do you do with 40 minutes?
Eat, and you and I can play a game for fun. Let's talk about this card. Because people are very clearly gonna want to talk
We're
about
going
it.
back to this card?
We're going back to this card. The chats are already going crazy about it in all the different discords because we posted this. So Rustin still has to win it out. Rustin does have to win his next round, so it's very possible that it gets there.
So you know what no one is talking about with this card, Jeremy?
What is no one?
Nobody is talking about how I Spy is making me choose between 3 different choices. Do I play Green Olivia,
Green
White
Olivia,
Olivia,
White Olivia.
or Lawn Olivia?
So
Because
both
of this
green and
card.
white because of this card.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
But that's
You wanna-
fine.
you wanna-
no one
you wanna-
wants to talk about the real stuff. That's fine.
It's fine. Let's talk about this card. Because people are talking, like, they were like, oh, this is just like cracked, like a power crept Shackles of Ice, right? This is a Shackles of Ice. In a sense, it is a power crept Shackles, right? But let me put this to you this way. I think it's. I said it before. I said it in the last one, and so feel free, Paul, if you have your thoughts as well before I continue to talk. After I put this point, I think this card is really good against the singleton rulers that people really dislike going off early, or creating like unwinnable board states like Dark Tree, and I think this card is very, very good at Tri rulers, and here's why: Tri rulers are playing greedy as hell stone decks and barely any removal outside of Sealed One-Eyed Dragon and Darkness Moonchild. So this card is great for that. Tag rulers, two drop rulers. Most of them don't really care about their ruler effects anyway, at least not now. Like Moonstart and Feasting, or like Feasting on Marius and all that kind of stuff. Like they've done their job at the beginning of the game. It does take away a little bit of their power or whatever. Sex and Noon certainly don't care about this card. Reflect and Refrain also don't care about this card. They're textless, right? So there's that. And also, as a 6/6, Sealed One-Eyed Dragon can kill it. So if you try to slam it, and as a 4/4 for singleton ruler decks, if you try to slam this too early to just be like, like I'm going to try to stop it right away, it's very easy to punish because Sealed One-Eyed Dragon will stop it because it's still a 6/6 or a 4/4, right? So I think as a whole, I think it's a very, very strong card. I think it's the fact that it's one-sided, I could see as being polarizing, but I think what it is targeting and how it is going to influence deck building, I really like this card. I'm glad it exists. Paul.
I think this is one of those cards that when people see it, they recognize that it's very powerful, but they don't recognize what it's going to do in the environment of the metagame.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very similar to how when Girion was spoiled, there was this sense of like, this card is super powerful, and it's going to shake up the metagame in a way that is potentially going to be really unhealthy. But what we ended up seeing is that Girion shaped the metagame more than it completely derailed it. I think this is one of those cards. It's going to shape the metagame, and it's going to shape the field.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be oppressive.
RR
right?
Orb. If is a Shackles of Ice, if Shackles turns your opponent's rulers into a sticker and can also win the game unchecked, and if Shackles of Ice can protect themselves. First off, again, against tri-rulers, this card will, if left unchecked, will win you the game. That's when it's an 8/8. Tag rulers, singleton rulers, this thing is a 4/4. This thing is slow. It is not going to hurt you very quickly. People have been asking, and I'll say this. I say this all the time. Stop looking at a card in a vacuum. Look at a card and its meta impact as a whole. People have been asking for a card to punish and disincentivize pushing tri-rulers as far as you possibly can for a long time. This is a card that says, oh, did you try to play a super cracked, like, pushed to the absolute limit, greediest as possible tri-ruler deck? Get punished, right? That is exactly what this card was designed to do. Against a tag ruler, against a singleton ruler, this does absolutely nothing. Keep in mind that this does say J/ruler, and we have gotten confirmation that sub-rulers, that is the rulers for Electra, are not rulers, right? So your sub-rulers will still be usable against this card. Keep that in mind.
This is a Dyson vacuum.
Because it sucks?
No, it's
Rustin, continue.
it's a card in a vacuum. I think that's.
Oh,
what
this is a Dyson vacuum.
This
Yeah,
is a Dyson vacuum.
Because I keep telling you. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah, I think cards like this are also like they're just very healthy in the sense that it's like, okay, what is the game missing to help sort of counterbalance what we're doing? And I think this is one of those cards that says we're not just going to make tri-rulers forever, and we're going to make sure that tri-rulers and dual rulers have some sort of countermeasure to them because they are inherently more powerful.
So, one thing that we could see in response to this, which let me put this on record right now, I am not advocating for. I am not advocating for it, but I already hear the voices of some people in the community saying this, is that alongside the release of this in the CR, that judgment and ordering are like changed in the environment to match similar language as what order cards themselves say on the other side of like these cards, this ability cannot be removed kind of thing, right? I'm already hearing some people in the community ask for that. And I point it to you again that I do not believe that is necessary because singleton rulers and double rulers are going to kill this card easily for two reasons. They don't have removal on their ruler side in general, so they have to actually be playing spot removal, which means they will infinitely be able to punish this card in the early game if it's slammed too early. And in the late game, at that point in time, the ruler effect has probably already done its job. Like, if this comes down early and you're like, it comes down later and it's protected. Cool, you played a 4/4 later. My ruler has done its job at that point, and you played a 4/4. So I think this card is just fine. I'm glad it exists.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that we've only had 3 cards in this game's history that have directly interacted with rulers like this.
Yeah.
One of them is not legal.
Yeah. There was literally an old edition that would just like turn off something other than judgment. Like it was an addition.
It was like you
Circle of Nullify.
like cancel judgment process.
That was also a card as well.
I was like
yeah.
that was Circle of Nullify. That was wild.
Circle of Nullify wasn't the cancel, I don't think.
It was the
Circle of Nullify could
Void
attach to a
edition.
ruler.
It was like it was some void card.
Yeah.
Besides Shackles of Ice, this is the only other way to interact with rulers, which
Outside of killing them with Blazer or getting to Union 7 Hades.
Yeah, there's really no other way of interacting with rulers accessibly in the game, and that's a weird creative space that I'm like, how have we not gotten there yet? But I also recognize it's probably been a design space people have been really tentative to not go into, because if you suddenly start like interacting with the judgment process or the order process or like any process in any way, start removing abilities from rulers casually, you start to get into a design space where it doesn't feel feasible to do those sort of processes. So I think if they're going to start stepping into this a little bit more, this is one of those cards that has come out 5 years after Shackles of Ice.
Yeah.
This is fine.
I think this card's fine.
This is fine for me.
Yep. Keep in mind that Order Deck's got a really cool tool recently in the form of Shelly. So, like, you can just respond to this thing being cast by, like, quick cast ordering and then get, like, your enter effect of your Order Deck. Someone pointed out that this also doesn't really stop Alice Order because you could just still play Linos Faria. Like, play a 0-drop Regalia, cast Linos Faria, turn this thing off. Like, and I think that's one of the reasons why I like this card in general is the fact that, like, it is going to shape how sideboarding happens. It is going to shape how main deck boarding happens. And that's kind of doing the job that it needs to do anyway. Right? Because, like, that to me is the sign of a card that has good influence. It's going to try to, like, cut the outliers off in terms of how crazy you can get and force you to be more conservative and not so greedy in your deck building. So that, 1, this doesn't punish you so hard, and 2, you're prepared for it when it comes out. So...
Mind you, it doesn't like remove the names of those rulers, so you can still just like daily research or just sprinting steward or divine lightning
Or
for free.
contract or any mastery
contract.
cards.
That's huge.
Or just like having the cards in general. You can still do the things with them like Never End or Campanella. Like Campanella for Aristella. Call Rumsfeld, member of the 12 Sacred Knights, so they can't ever give everything barrier. Like, cards already exist in the environment to be able to answer this card, right? Like, that's just something to keep in mind. So, that's my thoughts on this card. And the chat has like suddenly gotten super quiet. So we have a lot of time left on this round. We have like 30 minutes left, and y'all aren't talking. So we'll see what looks into. We'll be looking at probably top tables as we go into round. We have seen, let's see, round one. We've seen four rounds, 8 different decks. No repeats currently, right? Killua, Vega, Hyde, Mika, Val 1 into what was the other deck on round 1? Val 1 plus what did Val 1 play against?
Val 1 played against
Asuka. And then Aristella versus Veer. So we've seen 8 decks in 4 rounds. I like seeing that diversity. Again, 23 different rulers in a 55-player event. So, like, that's kind of nuts. And as expected, the Killuas are preying on the hides like crazy. Could have called that going into this environment so fast. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a little while. Probably going to be a little bit of a longer break. We might come back and chat a little bit more as we get closer. But overall, we're just going to take some time, kind of recharge ourselves as we get ready for round 5. Thanks, guys. See you in a bit. Okay, rulers, we are back. Last round. This is a win and in for both players. We have Sword Faria versus Falchion. Let's get some Kyrix in the chat. We did 5 rounds and 10 different rulers. Woo! 10 different rulers in 5 rounds.
In as little as 6 hours.
In as little as 6 hours. It wasn't that long of a day. Hooray. And this match could be really, really quick because Sword Faria can sometimes kill you because Fire Hero got unbanned from this deck. Don't forget. Shining Heart is back for this deck. So we'll have to see what happens here. So we are excited here going into our last round. Both of these players are on win and ins. Joe Verona going into this round is at 7 points, I believe. Let me double check exactly. He is at going to this round. Joe is at 9 points, so he is 3 wins, 1 loss. So this is a win and in for him. And we have Matt Lindley is at 3 wins, 1 draw, so 3-0-1. So there is a chance that if Matt loses this, he gets still top 8s. But Joe, this is a win and in for Joe to see if Sword Faria can make it into the top 8. So we are ready to go here. Let me let them know that their time on round has started, and we'll get right in. Okay, Paul.
Let's go.
What do you think? Control Falchion. Matt is known for playing the Spirit Ring version of Falchion.
Yes, he
with
is.
Fiolas and stuff like that. And Minfias, I think. He's also played Minfias in the past to control board states.
I think Matt's pretty serious. I mean, the shirt itself just communicates
Violence was never an option. Or violence was always the plan.
violence, a lust for blood. But Sword Faria is a literal sword.
And we can just, like, cheat in Lenneth.
Yeah.
Right? Which is not something that we, a cancel spell or Lightboon Child doesn't care about. Like, we don't care about those. So we have floating white available. Are we going to use the floating white? Just go straight in with a Hero of Wind. It doesn't have any guidance counters on it, so we're just slamming this on turn 1 using the white will. That's interesting. Oh, Flash from Behind is a card. I'm just like, why are we doing this?
We could just generate a crap ton of will game in turn 2 for sure.
Yes, for sure.
There is a defensive play. Because like you said, Flash from Behind, -20 draw card.
Love this card so much.
To just kill it, that feels like a hard punish.
What did we use to kill it? Just
Darkness
Dream Child to just hard kill it?
Daily research to search. Let's see if you could just get Spirit Ring, because I think probably that's the best card here against Joe, who's just pure aggro.
Nope. Just going straight for Institute.
That works too. I mean, that is the win con. Interesting. Although Matt certainly has all the tools, all the free tools, to just say to Joe, you don't get extra cards.
The Faria deck
Mister.
is 3-1. Yes, Echo.
You don't get to do anything. That's certainly a thing he gets to do. We're at 2 stones, and I think we've drawn an extra card now because of Falchion. Not Falchion, wow. Sword Faria.
Phantasmal Ascendant.
So we're ramping stones. Pretty. Honestly, Phantasmal Ascendant has been one of the MVPs of the day. We've seen it in more decks on stream.
I'm very confused by seeing it in Falchion? Lorite Phantasmal Ascendant.
I think if your philosophy is just more will in my control deck means I get to do more things, that kind of makes sense.
Maybe.
It's certainly off the
Maybe.
beaten path, though. It's not something we've seen in a lot of Falchion lists.
Burning will coin to do feasting, but we have an addition to pay for it. I think you pay into this feasting personally. $38, playing a Schrodinger. Might want to check the life total real quick there, Paul.
Yeah, I
You
think
touched
it didn't update.
Oh, we're up to 3 guidance counters. We're going to cheat in.
So I think we cheat in Lenneth.
To get Wind Child, Wind Hero, recover 2 stones, pay into the feasting, have 1 will up.
Can also get Blue Hero to give the field barrier, and then just push for game next turn.
We don't want. We want to stop the feasting though. Oh, dropping in a Faria. What is happening?
Joe turned that around very quickly.
Yeah, I think fighting over this Ascended feels very, very greedy.
Yeah, Yank is there too, because yeah, it's like, why are we
doing like even if you Light Child here, it does nothing.
Is Joe doing this purely because
Angelic Battle Barriers.
Matt tapped out?
Whoa! In response to the Angelic Battle Barrier, we had a sword in hand for free anyway. Gross.
Just look for more cards.
Tea Party, which we can cast. Lorite Flasher Behind. That's insane to get the Flasher Behind because now we can just spot remove. We're
So now we
gonna
go for
the Phantasmal Ascendant's gonna resolve, but we have so much here. Like, wow, crazy.
Yeah, no kidding. It went from like try and resolve Ascendant
To a 12/12.
to look, Faria.
This is really good for Joe. This is really good pressure for Joe. Ooh, that's okay.
I don't hate it.
Was the feasting stopping the Lorite or the Lorite enter effect? It was stopping the Lorite enter effects, I think.
Yeah, he stopped the enter effect.
So we still have the body.
Feels like a little bit of a miss.
Nico, this got out of hand really quickly. You're not wrong. Like, Joe has a lot of cards available. Wow, this is crazy. So we now have Flashing Smite. So we have a free, our free Excaliburs next turn, and we have a Flash from behind that we can use Faria to pay for because we have a hero on board.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
It feels real strong.
Sword Faria coming in, doing work. Oh, interesting. We're doing this pre-recover. Well, I guess this makes sense before he gets more will to be able to cancel stuff. Because, like,
Jeez.
Matt's certainly not going to be able to suddenly apply pressure this turn. Like, and the Faria can be a flash from behind. The Faria can block and prevent damage and gain him some life. Wow, Joe really just said, here's a board, answer it. Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Institute, so we're going to turn the Ascendant Stone that was temporary into get a full stone. So now we're getting +6 to the board. So both of these are 10-10s, but we got plenty of stuff to swing in here. Man, those tea parties being in the RFG are crazy. That's just like free resources.
I don't know how Joe just doesn't win next turn.
Well, the problem is we need a sword hero, right? But like, and we're not gonna be able to cheat in another. Oh no, we're in good shape because we can make the will for any heroes we want using Cassius.
Yep.
So like that's kind of insane. Oh, searching for
The flower to
the
bounce
flower's
the Faria,
pretty
maybe.
good. Or not, yeah, it'll bounce the Faria and it'll also make him being able to tap rulers to tap down the aggression. So like that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
It's he's gonna target the Faria. We're gonna rest the Faria to play the mastery.
I think you
Or not. Okay, or not. That's fine too. That's also a play.
yeah, that's rough.
That feels a little suboptimal.
We're gonna
but
be able to. The problem is we'll be able to play the Faria next turn, but we've got Light Child still up for Matt. So even if we go Cassius, pay 2 to make 4. All right, gonna be blocking. Take? Oh no, block it with the Schrodinger. Taking 0 damage. Okay. Okay.
yeah, that was a much better turn for Matt than it should have been.
The Illusory Flower is pretty good. The Illusory Flower is very good.
If Joe would have seen the play line with Flash from behind, which he has removed from Cassius, that he could have punished that flower hard, but he didn't. Because he just rests the Faria to cast it, -20, draw a card, kill something that's bigger under Institute, and then you just get your Faria back.
Let's see. We called stone. We paid 3 down to 35. So we can recover that stone when we do judgment. That's neat.
So he's definitely going to Judgment next turn.
Hero of Darkness. Paying 2. So we're down to 32. Or
He can also
33.
cast Schrodinger now, so he can do things.
Oh yeah. The Schrodinger can make him banish 2 dudes, right? Hero of Darkness is banish 2 things, right?
I think, yeah, on first guidance.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, and he's got the Schrodinger in hand, so we can do it on Matt's turn.
When he wants to, yeah. Yeah, we can rip Matt's hand apart with the Hero of Darkness. Hero of Darkness. Overstatted 7/6 for 1. That forces you to banish stuff. This is a really cool build. I'm already really liking it. It feels a lot very similar to the stuff that I've already been playing. But now, as soon as we have Hero of Darkness, suddenly Flash from behind is live too, right? So
Yep.
it's very easy that for one more will, this Hero of Darkness can kill 3 things. So keep that in mind. That if Joe tries to establish a board, it might be difficult.
Yeah, Joe has a very reactive hand.
Yeah, it
Which is
certainly seems that way.
Very strong. And he's got the Lorite to stop the Light Moon Child effect, too. Also, does Sword Faria just play the new Moo that gets bigger and blanks abilities?
Oh, I mean, it's a good white card. We make a white card. We make a white wheel right off the big cap.
Yep.
Like, sure, why not?
2 or 3 in the main.
Probably.
Just there you go.
I love seeing singleton rulers going up against a tri-ruler and still making the tri-ruler work. It stands to again that I think that there are singleton rulers out there that still live in this environment. Like, in the hands of good players with clever techs who have done the work, you can still get a singleton ruler to put a tri-ruler on the back foot. Like, I really.
We just played Olivia and Foom for 8.
Yeah, and it was great.
We're 1-1 right
we're about
now.
to get we're about to play a game 3 when we're all done here today. It was good games.
No, that
It
was good.
Freaking good games. I love Forza Will right now, man. I tell you what. We just pass and turn. Cast the tea parties, right?
I think you do it in recovery.
He's at 33. Joe's at 33, by the way. He paid 2 for the
Oh, he did.
Darkest
okay.
Hero off the
Did
Moonshade.
not recognize that.
This got out of hand really quickly. Yeah, certainly has that chance. In the main phase? What are these cards?
This is the way. I mean,
Guidance.
draw a card, put something on here, make you -2.
And we still have Flash from Behinds.
And we still have Lore.
And we still have Lorite. Yeah, we could make him burn resources here and then just cast the Lorite to stop the Child of Light so we still have access to... I don't know, what are we doing here? There's a lot of... Joe has so many possible lines that he could take because of what he has recovered. And what's in his, removed from game off of Sword is crazy. Matt really having to think here. Matt only has, looks like 4 in hand? 4 or 5 in hand? Not a lot of cards.
That's a good group of cards.
But, making him... this is during Matt's main phase. Matt's the control deck during his main phase being forced to maybe burn cards. Right? That's what I mean. It's the fact of,
Matt is feeling really tentative right now because he's like, I don't know what to do here.
This feels like Joe is capitalizing on the fact that maybe Matt's never played against Sword Faria before.
Yeah. Sword Faria is a hard deck if you've never played against it. Because they can just come out of nowhere.
That's Fiola.
Maybe.
Told you. Called it. This is in main phase? Why are we going so hard on this Light Child during main phase?
And this is very strange. It's cast the Lorite. Yeah. There you go.
Lorite Light Child in response to the Fiola. Why are we going so hard on this Light Child main phase? Unless this is Joe's upkeep. I couldn't quite tell with the audio.
Yeah, I can't either.
But even then,
Guidance is deceptively simple.
Yep, just gives him a counter draw card. He's going to have to banish 2 Resonators.
It's just, we're going to push this little pebble off the mountaintop.
Wow. Really has Matt spooked here.
Yeah, Matt is definitely teetering right now.
Especially since he has already used Child of the Darkness Moon. Guidance resolve. So he did Lord the Fiola. Force him to banish 2 Resonators.
Feasting and Fiola are gone.
Wow.
Ascendant is still here.
Light Child's going to resolve. But we're in main phase for Matt.
Yeah, Matt has 2 stones up.
What is Matt doing to try to... But only 4 stones. So, what are we doing?
It's like, geez.
Feels like Matt's maybe like updated the deck since we've last seen him. Yeah.
That's a very proactive move. Matt is playing
Flash from behind in response.
to just kill the Ascended draw card.
Wait, didn't the Light Child resolve? Or is this still before White Child resolves? Oh, is this... I'm very confused about the sequencing here.
Yeah. I'm also not sure exactly where we are in the chase.
I don't... Yeah, where are we on the chase here? Okay.
To cancel.
Did the feasting... Did the Lorite cancel the White Child?
I think the Lorite canceled the Fiola. That's why he was able to. That's why his guidance resolved.
Okay. I feel like we missed something about that
Yeah,
Light Child.
we missed something there.
Yeah, you love nobody knowing what's happening.
What's
Yeah,
going
no,
on?
for sure, for sure. No,
Why
we
is
get
this
that.
aggro deck creating
this
so
is
many
wh-
chase sequences?
Yeah, for sure. But this is not like Matt could die here. He has no rulers recovered.
Absolutely.
He has one will available. We are on Judgment turn. We have no Light Child, and we have the ability to play Faria. Couldn't play the Cassius. We can make 3 will happen.
Did
we can
did
just
you
die.
hear what mode he suggested?
Yeah, he's doing the will to make the mode to make will, 4 will. So we can play Lenneth, Judgment, put a bunch of counters on Lenneth. Another feasting? Do
Feasting
we
to
have the
cancel.
answer to the feasting? If we have the answer to the feasting, well,
Another Lorite.
and Matt's dead.
Very likely.
No, Matt's dead. This is dead. Three white and a red. Lenneth, which is going to get a sword hero. Burn the board.
Shining Heart. Are these literally just elemental heroes at this point?
We're going to get Shining Heart. Shining Heart's going to get a counter. It's going to burn the feastings for 8, which is not enough to kill them. Oh, that's true. It's not enough to kill them. The feastings survive because of the Institute. Wow, what a clutch Institute.
Best win con of the game.
But we can do Judgment.
We're gonna make Faria.
We now have everything has Resonators we control gain plus 200 and swiftness.
You're welcome,
and-
Roderick.
Yeah, so now let me read how Lenneth reads specifically. Is it entities you control with a guidance counter? Yeah. All of our entities with guidance counters gain eternal. Falchion does not have a way to deal with those. They gain plus 200 and swiftness. Double damage. So Lenneth will hit you for 20, which will crack a wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this.
I don't think Joe wins here.
Oh no, because of the wall and because the feastings didn't die. I forgot. We're certainly going to clear the board. Yeah, Varia's stringing in for a lot.
Big.
Double sealed one-eyed dragon kills here if he doesn't block with the feasting. Well, the feasting has 8 damage on her already. So no, double sealed one-eyed dragon is lethal at this point. Because we sealed one-eyed to kill the fart. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Didn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe sometimes you just have the nuts, right? I mean, we saw Rustin last round.
Just like
So sometimes you just have the nuts, man.
breaking necks. I think you just kill the Ascendant.
I think we just go in for the Ascendant as well. Correct. Because there's been no, like, next turn we can get Black Witch, sure, but we haven't cast Prisia. Right? So, like,
Yeah.
the likelihood of being able to apply a good amount of pressure
Just 'cause we get the Ascendant.
without a body is, like, pretty good. Although they're all pumped bigger, so, like, maybe it doesn't matter if you just go for the Pumpkin Witch line here.
Okay, so we're going into Matt's turn. Matt's going to be at 5 stones, which puts him in Black Witch territory. However, honestly, like Matt could win this game if he has exactly Black Witch. The Institute's going to go into it's Triple Witch plus Pumpkin Witch. That's definitely lethal. So we are playing Mikey, and we're just going to make a second Institute to make the entire side of Matt's field gigantic. So we are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different kinds of stones. So that's plus 20, plus 20.
Oh, we have a Mikey.
Yeah. Matt's field is getting a currently 20-20.
It's pretty good.
Seems pretty good.
Does he have 2 will left over? Okay. That's enough.
Yep.
Prissy's going to go for
Yeah.
Witch, and then we're going to go in to lethal since Joe tapped out here. 3-1-1. Does 3-1-1 make it in? I believe 1-3-1-1 might make it. But there's also been so many draws. So 10 points is very possible, Toby, to make it into top 8.
Grabbing Black Witch,
Going for the train.
which gets Witch, and Pumpkin Witch, and then we're good.
Do we have an out? Okay, game 2. We're going to game 2.
Oh, that's right. Joe didn't recover his stone.
Recover a stone for what?
So when he judgmented with
Oh, the
Varia,
Lumia. He forgot
gets
to
the
recover
Lumia
the stone
stone
from the Lumia. That's true. That's true. We'd even talked about that. Choose. Okay, going into game 2 here. What do we see happen? What happens here in the board? Yeah, what a game for sure, Nico. This has been a really, really cool day today. We've seen a lot of variety of stuff, a lot of people trying a lot of different things. Matt top 8'd last GP with Falchion as well. Still an unpaid invite on the line to this weekend. Looking forward to seeing another person get their invite. Let's see. Looks like Olga's certainly in contention for top 8. We just have to see how it plays out. Again, this is table 3, and Joe is 3-1. Right? So 10 points is in contention here. Right? So it's very curious to see what comes out of it. Imagine Joe takes the coin in this matchup just to have one more turn, have a little bit of extra will. That felt really weird in game 1 to see the. I honestly do think the pop of the wind hero in game 1 like just weirdly helped Matt a bunch. It was very strange to me to see that wind hero come down. It made me feel like there just wasn't anything to do with the extra white. But we do know that Joe is playing Tea Party, so like that's a good card to be able to invest that white will into if you can't get anything else, just to like bank it for later essentially, which is really good. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Joe choosing to take the coin here, as I expected. I don't imagine we'll see that wind hero come down on turn 1. Obviously, we're hoping for something like Faria, Schrodinger, or Tea Party are really good, like turn 1 kind of plays. Let's see what happens here.
Ugh.
Metrics on a Moonlight, a Star One that would suck, except we have filters. Unless we had a 1-drop white card that said your rulers don't have abilities, then this stone would be unplayable. I'm sorry, just kidding. Going crazy a little bit. Stone bases like this can't happen with that. We have a white will, paying 300 for the stone. 3 will on turn 1. Let's go. Tea Party! There we go. The best way to, I don't have anything else to do with this
That
floating
will.
white will. I will save it for later and turn it into any color I want. So, yeah. Certainly got some action here. Okay.
Playing Rogue Spectator.
Just convert. I mean, might as well, right? If we don't have anything else to burn the will on. And, like, Joe's not really gaining any life, so, like, put a body on board. Although, it doesn't do anything because it's just going to die to Fire Hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's innocuous, so it's not like the worst thing you could do with all of that. I now have a green stone. I have 2 green stones. Swinging for 4. Are we just going to take that damage? I don't see why not.
Schrodinger cast?
That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, Schrodinger. Schrodinger's going to put a counter, which lets us draw a card, which is then going to tap down the Rogue Spectator.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean the aggro deck can dirtle? That's so weird.
That's crazy. Making him burn Will. Think we're okay with that. Maybe Tea Party?
Making him toss a cancel to a Schrodinger seems okay too.
On his turn?
On his turn.
To avoid doing 400 damage?
Yeah.
Take it. Go down to 33.
Oh, here. We'll do that.
Interesting, interesting. What are we doing here? What's... Nope, we're just going to move into turn. We're going to draw a card off of the Sword Faria. Tap down the Rogue Spectator again for no reason. Pay 300 for the Wake Magic
so
on the Earth.
good. That's so good for Joe.
Yeah, that's really going to be so much will next turn. If Matt decides to tap out again, like, look out. Cause
You know what's better than a free judgment? A profitable judgment?
hey-o, pretty good. Let's go plus. Pay 0, go plus on our judgment.
Seems pretty good.
And just a pass. Okay, so we're sitting on 4 will for Joe and a potential cheat in off of Sword Faria. I imagine we might see some really big pressure come down from Joe at the end of Matt's turn.
That would be ideal.
Right, for sure.
That would certainly be ideal.
That feels not good. That feels very mediocre. Because now we're a total of 6, 7 things. So it would be hard for us to get. I think we're okay.
Schrodinger's here.
Schrodinger's going to tap down the Never End. I wonder why Matt just doesn't want to use his control tools to control. Yeah, for sure. It seems very strange.
You're not wrong.
We're getting a very aggressive Falchion here against a deck that wants him to tap out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the tap downs will resolve. So we're going to try to tap down both of these guys. And then we're going to try to cheat in off of Sword Faria. Okay. I think we're okay with that. Killua to stop the Sword Faria. That feels okay, right?
Yeah.
Because we now just have one will from Matt, and we're going into Judgment turn. And we have Tea Party and will to burn. Like, cover
Draw a card.
Lenneth? Lenneth flash in. All right. Okay, so Lenneth gets canceled. We fully tap out. Okay, what do we do here? Can now perform Judgment. Rest the feasting down. Don't care about that. Well, no, maybe we do care. You Judgment to be able to recover those stones, right?
Yeah.
Oh, nope. Okay.
Oh god, it's even better.
Well,
So next turn he just gets even more profit.
yeah. It's down to 3,000 life. Not 29, 3,000. Thank you.
Yeah, just hadn't caught up yet.
I believe you. Red white stone.
The Earth.
Guidance would be insane right now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 total things. When we call stone, we'll have 10 total things. We can make never end big at this point. We are at exactly 10. Keeping it on top. Okay. Now, do we just pivot to control here? Or are we still just like tapping out and throwing stuff at the wind? Converting to red. What is happening? Oh, we're going for Blackwitch this turn. He's just saying, I'm just going to go for it. To cancel the automatic ability. Oh, he's trying to bait out another response here. I bet he's got Ab and Angelic Battle Barrier in hand. I'd put money on it. Angelic Battle Barrier. Okay, maybe not. Cool, so unfortunate. Man, left side of the match just does not have, like, like seriously, we have literally all day. Right
Seen
side,
the left side.
right
does
side
not do
has
well.
the left side just has not had the responsiveness plays, and that's it. That is the game.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, truly, left side has just not seen it today. Man, left side just truly did not have things today.
Left shark did not succeed.
Left shark did not succeed. Slide down up here, be in the light, my friend.
But I like the dark.
You like the dark.
I like the darkness.
I did not expect. No, legitimately, all 5 rounds left side of stream just
Just
did
didn't
not
work.
have responses. Like it just did not have right side master today. Left shark did not show up today.
Shark did not work.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, like I think we saw truly in every single match like good back and forth, but just like not have like truly sometimes I think in this environment it's about skill play, and if anything, like in that match, particularly game 2, Matt just like took a chance.
Yeah.
Right? Because if there had been an angelic battle barrier there, like
Would have been bad.
that would have been real bad. Like he would have been tapped out, one stone, gotten the second stone off the Phantasmal Ascendant, wouldn't have been able to do anything, lost it, go to Joe's turn, Joe goes in and kills him. Right? Like, because we tapped down the Never End. We tapped on 2 things. Yeah, no, that would have been gross. Knowing when to push the aggro option certainly paid off there for sure. That was crazy. This whole day was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, cool back and forths, cool like potential options, cool people trying fun stuff. Does look like one Hyde might have made it in the top cut, which was, like I said, like Hyde certainly seemed to have a target on its back. Killua certainly seems to have done very well today. Olga might squeak in there. Falchion, that's going to be a win in it. Matthews in his back-to-back top 8s, so congrats to Matt on Falchion. Cool stuff. I would have really, I really wanted that Sword Fire list to, like, close out. Just didn't have the angelic battle barrier. No.
This makes me want to like compete, not for like any sort of like invitation to Japan,
Sure.
just to get like fun rulers into the top 8.
Somebody should have played Funf.
Just play Veer,
Somebody should have played.
Olivia,
Somebody should have played Funf. I mean, like, I'm trying to think about, like, if I had played Funf today, how do I feel like that deck would have done with, like, what we saw? I'm trying to think of, like, okay, take my blue Funf and put it on the left side against all these right side decks. And been like, okay, how would this have gone? Asuka, I feel like that would have been pretty dang easy.
Yeah.
Like, that matchup feels, like, very, very winnable. Aristella with the extra turn shenanigans might have been a little tricky. That's for sure. But also, like, it didn't seem like... Maybe actually might not have been that bad. Like, against the Aristella deck, I feel like I could have had time to set up the Undying Funf lock. Which means that, like, I don't think there was any spot removal in Paul's deck. So... Deathwing probably never would die. There's that. I definitely would have lost to Rustin. I don't think I had any possible like that. Well, maybe that's not wrong, because I have Lucifers. So when he goes to do the stupid thing about like pay 600 kill you, I just flash in a Lucifer and he loses 5 life and he dies. So like I probably win that as well. When like I just wait until Rustin tries to go in, right? I don't care there. That was round 4. Round 3 was Hyde versus Mika. That was a draw. So we didn't see right side dominance all day, right? Mika. I feel like the Mika matchup's pretty easy. Again, because I just like stick. Like if I can get Food Fun Life, I feel like I don't die because there's just like no spot removal in that deck. And then Falchion. That was a really aggressive Falchion. Like, Matt really just decided to... It's always curious to think, like, what would I have done? How would it have done? People should have played Foon, Paul. People should have played Blue Foon.
Should have played Veer with green cards.
Should have played Veer with green cards. That's true. That's true. It's a cool day today, though. We got to see a lot of different decks, and I always love being able to, on day 1, show off so many different decks that are being played from everybody. 23 rulers among 55 players.
It's really good.
That's really cool to see that many. It's like the most represented is Aristella, and I think maybe 2 top cut. Right?
My favorite thing about this meta game and this game in general is that we could solve the meta, but there are still people who are like, nah, man.
Well, that's the other thing, too, is about, like, it's not just about the deck.
Yeah.
It's about, like, play tight and also a little bit of, like, hit good matchups.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you will just truly hit your bad matchup, and you got to deal with it, right?
Mhm.
Like, that's one of the things that I really, to me, makes an enjoyable card game meta.
My Vera won't suck next time. We
Um,
know. We know.
Because green cards.
We believe. I believe
That's
in
one of
you.
the things that I think makes the truly enjoyable metagame and makes tournaments feel like more exciting, is the fact that like you don't like your match. You can prepare as much as possible, but you also have to be prepared for stuff you're not prepared for. Okay.
We might have top 8.
We're waiting on 2 people from top 8. You want to play with the deck in a different angle? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Respect that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, it's going to be a fight for the last spot of top 8, it seems. It's going to be one of the people who is X11. So all the X11s are going to be fighting against each other
Oh man, that's
for
a good
that
one.
for one of those spots.
That's a really good one too.
Yeah. I don't know what everyone was playing, but I'm pretty sure we have everything here. I really like this environment in general, both
Yeah.
on the competitive side and on the casual side. I really like this environment. I
This is
think
one of
it's-
those things where it's like it's more fun to play the game than it is to sort of like look at the cards and get hype about the cards almost.
Yeah,
'cause it's
yeah. Just want to play, man.
Like,
Just want to jam games.
yeah, absolutely.
This is truly one of the environments where like I don't really care what I'm playing against. I just want to be playing because everyone has some kind of like different ideas, different
yeah.
creativity. They're playing different rulers. You just like want to see what people put together. Like I was playing against like we have it for the channel, which was Beatrice Estema versus Asuka. And that matchup is a trip. Like that matchup was a wild ride. Like, have you ever Inferno hold priority Persephone so that you can get rid of a contract on the chase and then make him not able to recast it? Like, have you ever done that? Because I have. But yeah, there's a lot of fun creative space to be able to play it in the environment. Hey, look, the footage.
The
I'll just take
footage. The Veer footage, which by the way was a very, very, very close match.
Yeah.
For Veer.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that.
Incredibly fun. Honestly, looking back on that now, I learned some things from this Veer list that we recently had, and there are things that I would change, but you're gonna have to wait for the deck profile for that.
Yeah. Alejandro, thanks for letting us for agreeing with us that the spoilers are nice. I like them a lot.
Yeah.
I like them very much. There are some people in the community who don't, but I like
Yeah.
them a lot.
I, for one, think that the new white card is the doom of the entire company.
Stop.
I think that one card is going to destroy the game.
He's lying, by the way. He's being very sarcastic.
Is what he would say if I were kidding, but I'm not. Not kidding.
We're still just waiting to hear the results of a few 12 Sacred Knights deck. Let's go. Let's see. How many 12 Sacred Knights do we have?
4 or 5. Gee, if only
12
there
Sacred
were-
Knights. Olgaria, Windia, Raymond,
I got you.
and New Lady. You have 4. You have 4 of the 12 Sacred Knights. And and Electra, technically. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon was one of the 12 Sacred Knights. We have 5. We have 5 of the 12.
5.
Yeah. Is that what's her name again?
Rumsfeld?
Rumsfeld. What a name. What a name. It's just like humph.
Like Donald Rumsfeld?
Rumsfeld. I friggin' love it. freaking love it.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming, guys.
Hey, man. Can you imagine if Electra's, like, armaments are the other 12 Sacred Knights that have somehow been converted into whatever these things are?
Yeah.
It's like, but there's 14 of them, so probably not.
Oh, no, that tracks.
No, 14, 12 Sacred Knights. Yeah, no, that's fair.
That tracks.
That's fair. That's fair. We do have, what, like 15, 12 apostles?
12 Sacred Knights will together form the Ultrazord. They better.
Let's see. Apostles.
You frickin' said it now.
Uh,
Call on the power of Titanus.
the 12 apostles.
The 12 apostles.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch.
And then
right?
Alice.
And then there's always so there's 12 Sacred Knights and Alice, who's the 13th Sacred Knights. Like
Always.
Olga needs more replicants. I don't think so. I think you're just fine. Imel's a good card.
Yeah, I mean, there's only...
You just use the same Imel over and over and over and over again. Still waiting to hear about our top 8.
Someone chose violence that day.
Who chose violence that day?
The person who took a piece of pie out of the center of the pie.
It's rude.
Like,
Don't-
cut
don't
the
do that.
pie and then took a piece out of the center.
Don't do that. What? Okay, Paul, let's talk about this. What ruler are you most excited about for the new set? Aristella, Big Spaceship, new Void Rulers, or Electra? Legitimate question.
Can I see the poster again? Because I don't remember what those look like. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do some
Okay.
research.
Okay.
Because
Personally, I am most excited about Aristella and Electra. Those are the ones that I am most excited about.
probably just Aristella. I don't know what else to say.
Spaceship!
Maybe. I mean, Spaceship looks like Damascus Moon, so that's kind of cool.
Spaceship definitely feels like it's a card. I think it's called Reunion is the name of the spaceship. So it certainly feels like it might be like old characters coming back.
Yeah, that one, because it's a Final Fantasy VII reference.
There you go. Okay, cool. So we'll put you on Reunion, and I'll grab Electra, and then we can both build an Aristella list because we'll be playing different tag rulers. We still don't know what the friggin' rule extension card does.
They are Re-Earth's mimetic legacy, the Reunion.
Reunion.
But it's not, aliens possessing people and making them into like superhumans that are like the Borg, but not the Borg. I don't know. It's weird. It was a weird game.
Really waiting to find out how the rest of these games go. We have a few minutes left on round, and they're
trying.
still playing. So we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back when it is time to tell you who the top 8 are. So thank you all so much. Be back soon. Okay, we're here. Final
Oh,
standings. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. In first place, Paul, you ready? I need excitement from you. First place. With that's too much.
Okay.
First place with 15 points is undefeated is Marcus Neal on Aristella. Congratulations. Yay.
Yay.
Second place with 13 points is Matthew Lindley on Falchion, as we saw there on the last round. Yay! Third place with 13 points is, double checking, it's Jaden Williams on Alice, Order Alice. Congratulations there to Jeremy. Third place. Fourth place is Derek Muguineza on Kilua. Fifth place is Paul Martinson with 12 points on Aristella, that cool Brunhild list. Sixth place with 12 points is Ryan Dempsey on Oct. In seventh place with 11 points is Jeremy Lindley on Eins. And in eighth place with 10 points and a 64% opponent match win breaker is Toby Gaffney on Olga.
Whoa.
So that means we have 2 Aristella, an Olga, an Alice, an Oct, an Eins, a Falchion, and a Kilua. 7 unique rulers in the top 8 of this environment, and not a single hide. As I said, Target was on the back of Hyde today, and it showed. So that is the breakdown for today. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to Games and Geek for helping us host it, and for you all for participating in the chat. Hope you had a wonderful time. If you like what we're doing, consider clicking that join button and that subscribe button down below. And we'll be back here tomorrow. Well, I'll be back here tomorrow. Paul has to go do other things for Top Cut and seeing what comes out on top. So thank you all so much for being here. And until next time, this is DMO73 saying, oh, who's ninth? In ninth place with 10 points is Blake Hahn. So there you go. So thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, this is DMO73 and Paul saying, class dismissed.